No, I'm actually good. I charge mine before I just leave it there in case.
I failed to do it right.
I mean, since it's sitting here, I'll plug the juice until you need it.
This time I'll call to order the Monday, July 15, 2024 meeting of the Clearwater City Council. This time, I'd like to ask for folks to please rise and stand for the invocation to be given by Pastor Bob Brubaker from Christ Community Presbyterian Church, and remain standing afterwards for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Let us pray. Oh God, our Father in heaven, we thank you for this city. We thank you for each member of our council. Thank you for the wisdom you've given in the past. Lord, it's a new day. We pray for grace and wisdom and the spirit of unity today, and pray that you would have mercy upon our city and bless it. We pray in Jesus' name. Amen.
Thank you, Pastor Brubaker. Please join me in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
God bless America.
This time I'd like to introduce the dais. To my right is our city manager, Jennifer Poirier.
Good afternoon.
To my right is Councilmember Ryan Cotton.
Good afternoon.
To my immediate right is Councilmember Lena Teixeira.
Good afternoon.
To my immediate left is Vice Mayor David Albritton.
Good afternoon.
To his left is Councilmember Mike Menino.
Good afternoon.
And to his left is our city attorney, David Margolis.
Good afternoon.
Then I'll move to item 4 on the agenda, 4.1, July Service Awards. There are 6 service awards today. This time I'd like to call forward Terrell Brown of the Utility Customer Service. Yeah.
I've been out in the sun all day. I don't feel like it's taking nobody in.
Ms.
Okay.
Brown?
Thank
Okay.
you.
Now, I have you down here as your 5-year service, 5-year employee award. So thank you for your service to the city of Clearwater, and we'd like to present you with an appreciation in our cup for that. Thank you. This time I'd like to call forward Dora Monterosa from the Parks and Recreation Department for her 5-year award.
Thank you for your 5 years.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations.
This time I'd like to call forward Javon Graham of our fire department. Division Chief Graham has been Division Chief of Emergency Management. He retired in July 1999, As a firefighter EMT in 2004, he was promoted to a driver operator and then served as a fire lieutenant for 12 years before he was promoted the assistant chief of health and safety in 2016. Within a year, he was promoted to division chief of emergency management. Chief Graham manages and oversees the development, maintenance, and training of a comprehensive all-hazard emergency management program for the city and areas of responsibility within the Clearwater Fire District and city-protected unincorporated areas. Thank you for your service to this community. It's a better city because of you. Next, I'd like to call forward Jason Kuhl of the Parks and Recreation Department.
We
Say
have
a
something
few
made
words
for
about
you.
you here, Jason. Yeah. Your chance to stand in the limelight here for a moment, okay? Jason is our employee of the month for the month of June 2024. Staff at the Countryside Recreation Center noticed Jason talking to the same people a couple of times a week for the past few months. They finally nosily asked him who it was. He told them that before Leslie passed, she had befriended a young girl with autism and her mother. Leslie would take the time to talk to the mom and daughter sometimes. It just so happened that one day when Jason was working on the fields, the girl kept pointing at him, so he walked over. Jason took a few moments and spoke with them, and that is when the mom told Jason her daughter recognized him from being with Leslie. So that is why this little girl was pointing at him, so she wanted to visit him as well. Jason told the Countryside Recreation staff that he doesn't mind talking with him, as the mom informed Jason that they would come to visit because it calms her little girl. Jason makes sure that he spends a few minutes with her talking when they stop by. Our hearts immediately melted. Jason is always a great guy, but this puts him over the top in their eyes. Thank you, Jason, for your superior public service and helping to support those around you. As employees like you that recognize and encourage others by a simple act of kindness that helps to showcase what quality personnel that the city of Clearwater has. Thank you for showing off our high-performing government by providing responsive levels of service. Again, thank you, Jason. You make Clearwater thrive from bay to beach, and we appreciate you. Congratulations. This time I'd like to call forward James Van Zant. James is an employee of our outstanding Clearwater Fire Department, and thank you for being here. He's also our employee of the month for the month of July. In the words of police officer, my partner and I responded to an citizen call regarding a family who had called for a taxi and never showed up. This happened on a cold night, and upon arrival, we observed a mother, father, and 3 small children with their bags at the bus stop in front of the location wanting a ride. The fire department was on the scene as well. The father stated that they had been waiting over an hour and a half for the taxi and it never came. The family was disheveled and the father legally blind. The mother was attempting to keep the 3 small children warm and comfortable during the wait. When we inquired about calling another taxi service, that is when Lieutenant Van Zant advised that he had already purchased an Uber for the family with his own money to help expedite the process due to the temperature. Lieutenant James Van Zant did not hesitate to make this decision, nor did he want anything in return. He knew that by getting the family an Uber, it would assist them in getting their destination expeditiously and safely. This is a true act of kindness and why Lieutenant Van Zant helps to make Clearwater thrive every day. Thank you, James, for your superior public service in helping support those around you. It's employees like you that recognize and encourage others by a simple act of kindness that helps to showcase what quality personnel the city of Clearwater has. Thank you for showing off our high-performing government by providing responsive levels of service. Again, thank you, James. You make Clearwater thrive from bay to beach, and we appreciate you. It's time we'll move to item 4.2 on the agenda. And I'd like to call up Ignacio Barranviella, President and CEO of the Florida Orchestra.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council members. It is our pleasure to be here on behalf of the Florida Orchestra, be able to present updates on the Florida Orchestra. It is my very first time here. I'm a new member of the community, moved to Tampa Bay about 1 year ago. It's going to be first week of August anniversary, so it's been a great move. I'm thrilled to be here, and of course, very proud of the Florida Orchestra and what is happening in the community. So thank you in advance for your time. First thing I want to kind of go through, and I think I can have the slides here, it's really a reminder of our mission, why we are here. The Florida Orchestra exists to inspire, educate, and unite our community through the power of music. And we believe that we are able to transform lives through what we do. We have 56 years of history, and I cannot share with you how many stories we have seen of families being transformed by what we do in the community. So this is your orchestra. It's the orchestra of this community, and we are a non-profit that are here to unite and build community in every possible way. And I want to say up front, we are here to work with you and to find best ways to solve problems of this community together. As I mentioned before, we are the cultural powerhouse of the state. For more than 56 years, we're the largest professional orchestra in the state, and we are the largest performing arts organization in Tampa Bay. As you might have seen from the States, we have an internationally acclaimed music director. His name is Michael Francis. We are entering into his 10th anniversary. And we have a rising star resident conductor. Her name is Chelsea Gallo. But we also have 70 full-time musicians that come from all over the world. And when I say impact, I also mean economic impact and workforce development. We are able to hire people from all over the world and give them opportunities to establish their families and make an impact in the community. What you see on the screen is just an example of many concerts that we have every year. This season, we just had Sting coming to perform with the orchestra, and we were able to serve over 150,000 people if we count all the concerts of the year. But that's just one example of how ambassadors we could be of the power of the arts. We bring great artists in the concert hall, but also we work outside the concert halls, and we try to present ourselves as an accessible partner to the community, to present and offer a variety of music, from the classics, from pop, rock, country. One of our favorites in the Clearwater area is the holiday pops. You might know that. All families come to Roadway Hall to join us for a number of concerts every December, and it's one of our favorites. But we also have morning matinee concerts. Those are programs that we present every year during the week, and it's obviously morning time, and we have members of Class 55 community that have shared stories of how important it is for them to attend these concerts, because they not only enjoy the music, but also they have the opportunity to socialize. Some of them are alone, and they need company, and they make friendships in the concert hall, so we are very pleased to do that. As I mentioned, we have work outside the community, outside the States, and we serve over 60,000 people in many ways. One of the things that you might remember is that we were one of the organizations that opened the program at the Sound. That was July of 2023, and we hope to continue to put concerts together at the Sound in the future. Coachman Park has been a location for the orchestra where we presented free community concerts in the past, and I'm looking forward to explore creative ways with all of you to be able to continue to do that at the Sound. This year we just renewed a new partnership with Pinellas County Schools, and that includes North Pinellas. We work with over 40 to 60 schools. We have 3 teaching artists that help our schools to really bring the music programs and music education to our community. So we are very proud to do that as well. What you see on the screen are some examples of our work with the youth. And you can see that we have side-by-side concerts with Pinellas Youth Orchestra. We have youth concerts. This is something I would like to share and recommend. If you have not had the chance to visit or to attend one of our youth concerts, this is an amazing opportunity to see what is our mission right there, real time. We have thousands of kids coming from all county, and it really transforms and moves their lives. So I think this is something that I would like to share, and maybe I can set a few dates so you can know when those are coming. We do have at least 2 a year, and one of them is in partnership with the Yankees, and they love to be at Roadway Hall. That's one of the favorite venues. As I mentioned before, we are known to be an arts and culture destination, and we are known to create beauty, healing, excellence, and economic vibrancy and impact. That's very, very important. Because of what we do, we know we attract people from outside the county, from outside the state, and we generate economic impact into the area. I am very excited about the possibilities of helping you and the city of Clearwater to continue that vibrancy through the events that we put, not only indoor with Ruth Ecker Hall, but also other places like the Church of Ascension, which are very favorite concerts of our audiences in Clearwater, but also all other community spaces that we can maybe think through. And as you see there, we are also known to be the traveling orchestra. Every year, we present over 100 concerts, but we move all over Tampa Bay. And this is very unique. If I look at orchestras in the country, not many orchestras are moving 10 to 12 times per month between 3 cities. So that is an area that really costing us. It's an impact from many ways, but we are happy to be able to serve the Clearwater area as part of the 3 cities of Tampa Bay. Just to conclude, I was saying we're celebrating the new season with Michael Francis' 10th anniversary. We're going to leave a brochure where you can see all the events that are coming up next season, starting mid-September and end of May, and we hope to see you there. And yeah, just from all of us, I want to, again, reinforce how grateful we are to be able to serve in this community. And if you had not had the opportunity to connect with me on a one-on-one, I'd love to do that in the next few weeks, months. And again, thank you so much for your support and for your attention to the Florida Orchestra. Thank you. And any questions, I'm happy to answer.
Questions from the council? We've got a long history here in Tampa Bay and definitely in Clearwater, and we have had lunch and talked about how we in Clearwater want to see the arts thrive. I know Nathaniel's and the Arts Alliance has worked very hard on making all kinds of arts prosper and thrive here in Clearwater, and certainly your very storied history in Tampa Bay of success and presence is very important to not just our community, but communities throughout Tampa Bay. And we certainly want to continue talking with you about how we can grow our relationship and bring more events and have Florida Orchestra have a more important and a continued presence in Clearwater. So thank you for coming today.
Thank you, Mayor and Council members. Thank you.
Yeah.
Good to see you.
Now that stage is big enough for you, isn't it? With that? Yeah. Okay.
This time we'll move to item 5.1 on the agenda. Approve the minutes of the June 2024 City Council meeting as submitted in written summation by the city clerk.
Make a motion to approve 5.1.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. This time we'll move into the business part of the agenda. Before we begin, Just want to remind you, yeah.
Actually, I just wanted to, before we continue with the agenda, just as a reminder that the reason why we're holding the meeting today is at the June 6th council meeting. Council took action to move the Thursday meeting to today on Monday, July 15th, and you also waived the Rule 6, which requires public hearing items not before 6 o'clock. You waived it just for today, so I just wanted to make that clarification for everyone.
So we'll be proceeding with our normal agenda as if it were 6 o'clock on a Thursday night here now. And so before we begin that part of the agenda, I just want to make comment. We always remind folks that we do have some minimum rules of decorum. One of those is that you fill out a comment card. If you're going to address the council, those cards are in the back of the room, just to the, I guess it's the south of the clock back there. There are also cards up here on the dais next to the clerk stand. So all we ask is that you identify yourself, tell us who you are. Sometimes that's so we can follow up. And if you have a citizen's concern about a sidewalk or something, we know how to get in touch with you after the meeting to discuss it with you, try to help you solve a community problem. It's also, it's not too much to ask. If you really feel strongly about whatever opinion you're sharing or whatever you want to share with us here today, just simply ask you to identify yourself. If you're not don't believe in what you hear to say enough to tell us what your name is, then that's difficult for us to understand. So we ask you to fill out the comment card, and when you're at the dais, just simply tell us your name so we know who you are. And I also want to say, no one here is wanting to violate anybody's constitutional rights. We bend over backwards to try not to. You have the right to get up and say what you say. It's within the context here of a business meeting. And so we need to maintain order for that. Certainly outside this meeting, it's a free world. You can say, you can write, you can do whatever you want to say. That's not for us to. But here, we have to maintain order so we can have a successful meeting. We have a lot of folks here on a lot of different agenda items. Fairness to the other folks who are here, time-wise, but also I don't think as we sit here on Monday afternoon at the events of Saturday night, none of us here can want to see us in any way jeopardize the safety of anyone. And so we want to conduct this meeting in a way that makes everyone here feel safe. It was a near tragedy that our former President Trump was almost killed on Saturday night. We are all thankful that he was not. That was, we came very close to not just throwing the United States of America into chaos, but the entire world into chaos. Unfortunately, there was a 50-year-old man who died Saturday night. He was just there attending. He was a bystander. He wasn't the target of the shooter, but he's dead, and he has a grieving family. And I will not let anyone get to a point where they make someone who's here just to participate in this meeting on whatever issue uncomfortable because we are acting in some way to incite other people to act out or to give attention or to promote whatever. This is a business meeting, and all we're asking you to do is to come in here and be respectful to the other folks who were here. That's not a lot to ask. You can make your points without theatrics, without going on and on, but if you're not coming in here today and willing to do that after what happened on Saturday night, I just don't understand you. And I don't understand how you love this country if you can't give your neighbors, the folks sitting next to you here today, that respect. We have had many people respect. They have been uncomfortable with the way some have acted here, with the threats and the outrageous antics, and we're not going to tolerate that. We know what the rules are, and I have to remind everybody of the rules. All I'm asking is for you to simply respect your fellow Americans the folks sitting next to you. Not about respecting me, not about respect, it's about the folks sitting next to you who may or may not be uncomfortable with how you are saying it, not so much what you are saying. So those are the rules. I just ask for us all to be respectful to one another in that way as we go forward. And again, fill out a comment card if you want to speak, and at a minimum, give us your name at the podium before you speak on any agenda item. With that, I'll move to item 6.1 on the agenda.
Adopt a tentative millage rate of 5.8850 mils for fiscal year 2024-25 and set public hearing dates on the budget for September 4, 2024 and September 17, 2024 to be held no earlier than 6 p.m.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Today, we are presenting you with a balanced budget for the fiscal year of 24-25. We are required to bring a balanced budget annually, and this is no exception. Our budget is planned specifically around the strategic plan and the priority list implementation that has been discussed both in January and then again in April at our council retreat. We are proposing the same millage rate as last year for fiscal year 24-25. We do have an increase of 17.6 positions that are being proposed in this budget. We will go over those throughout the presentation. And again, the reason for those FTEs is to support the work plan that we have discussed in several meetings prior. We are continuing to focus on maintaining the facilities and our infrastructure that we currently have, and that is what you will see in this budget presentation. I will then turn it over to Kaylin Castell, our Budget Director.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Kaylin Castle, Budget Director. This is the fiscal year 24-25 proposed budget for all city funds. That total is $745,709,817. Our operating funds and special revenue fund total to $592,871,117 of this total, and our capital improvement funds are budgeted at a total of $152,838,700. In total, this is an increase of less than 1% in comparison to the 23-24 amended budget. This slide further breaks out the operating portion of the last slide, showing totals by fund type. The general fund budget for fiscal year 25 reflects a 12% increase from the current year's amended budget. I have a few slides later in the presentation that will detail general fund expenditures and revenues. The utility funds total, which includes the budget for water and sewer, stormwater, gas, and solid waste and recycling operations, reflects an 8% decrease from fiscal year 24 budget. Across these departments, this includes funding for 476.8 FTEs, transfers of $48.5 million to fund capital maintenance projects, $21.1 million for the payment in lieu of taxes and all interfund service charges, as well as the budget for all operating costs, which include expenses like commodity purchases, utilities, dump fees, and chemicals. The enterprise funds total, which includes the budget for the operations of the beach marina, the air park, the Clearwater Harbor Marina, and parking operations, is budgeted at a 57% increase over the amended fiscal year 24 budget. Of this total, $32 million is budgeted for one-time parking projects, which is 66% of this total for fiscal year 25. Eliminating these one-time projects, the budget for regular operations of these departments is approximately $16.8 million, which includes funding for 75.1 FTEs, transfers of $1.7 million to fund ongoing capital maintenance projects, $3.9 million for payment in lieu of taxes and interfund service charges to the general fund, and the budget for all other operating costs, which include expenses such as fuel for resale, utilities, parking meter contracts, and merchant fees. In the internal service funds, this includes the budget for information technology, utility customer service, building and maintenance, fleet and radio communications, and the central insurance fund. In total, internal service funds reflect a 5% increase from the prior year. Across these departments, this total includes funding for 162.3 FTEs, transfers of $2.5 million for capital maintenance projects. A total of $37 million is budgeted for insurance costs and claims. $6 million is budgeted for short-term debt on vehicle purchases and replacements. And the budget for all other operating costs is also included, and in these departments includes funding for citywide expenses for fuel, maintenance of vehicle parts, all of that to support the city's fleet, technology, software, and support agreements, as well as our building maintenance contracts. Special revenue funds reflect a 45% decrease from the prior year, and this is due to a decrease in planned penny funding for '25. These funds include the Special Development Fund, which accounts for restricted revenue sources that are allocated to capital projects such as Penny for Pinellas, road millage, and fuel tax. These are budgeted at $20.3 million for next year. The Special Program Fund is used to account for both revenues and expenditures related to grants and special activities, and this is a total of $1.8 million for next year. And our other housing assistance funds are budgeted at $1.3 million. And finally, our capital improvement funds reflect a 5% decrease from the fiscal year 24 amended budget. I also have a slide later in the presentation that speaks directly to capital projects. This chart represents the change in taxable property values over the last 11 years. Our 2024 preliminary values received by the Pinellas County Property Appraiser reflect an increase in property values of approximately 9.6%, from $16.9 billion in 2023 to $18.5 billion. A proposed millage rate of 5.8850 mils is recommended for the fiscal year 24-25 budget. This is the same rate as levied in the current year. Due to value growth, this proposed rate is 6.81% greater than the rollback rate. The rollback rate is the millage rate that would provide the city with the same property tax revenue as was received in the prior year. Using the proposed millage rate, property tax revenues are projected to be $104.3 million in fiscal year 25. This represents an increase of approximately $9.1 million, or 10% over the fiscal year 24 budget. Of that $104.3 million projected, approximately $99.3 million will support general fund operations, and $5 million represents the road millage used for maintenance of city streets. Revenues that support general fund operations reflect a net increase of 12% in total in comparison to the fiscal year 24 amended budget. As discussed in the previous slide, ad valorem tax revenues are budgeted at approximately $99.3 million. This is a 10% increase over the current year. We're budgeting an 11% increase in utility tax revenues in comparison to the current year, and this is based on the trend of receipts over the last year. The category of other taxes includes business tax receipts, which is budgeted less than the current year based upon current trends in those receipts. Similar to the activity and utility taxes, we're budgeting an increase in franchise fee revenues. The category of intergovernmental revenues includes sales tax, state revenue sharing, fire and EMS reimbursements, and other local funding and reimbursements. The budget for these revenues is estimated at an increase of 8% over the current year. Charges for service revenue includes fees at rec centers and the Pier, and also service charges between our operating funds. We're anticipating a 6% increase in those revenues. Transfer in revenues include payment in lieu of taxes from our proprietary funds, and transfers for staff and administrative costs from the CRA and special program funds. These revenues are budgeted at a 12% increase in comparison to the current year in total. The other revenue category includes building permit fees, fines, interest earnings, and other smaller miscellaneous revenues, and this includes our ticket rebate and naming rights revenues for the sound. This category is anticipated to increase by 14%. This total for transfer from surplus is budgeted this year to fund one-time capital projects for the Long Center and the Edgewater Drive Park Improvements Project. This chart shows general fund revenues by category. Ad valorem taxes is our largest revenue source at 44% of total general fund revenues. Intergovernmental revenues represent the next largest category at 14%, and the other categories just discussed represent the other portions shown here. General fund expenditures in total reflect an increase of 12% across all operations in comparison to the current year's amended budget. The increased fiscal year 25 budget includes new FTEs that are proposed, annual wage adjustments, costs associated with insurance increases, debt service costs for the Imagine Clearwater bonds, and increased capital funding for road maintenance and city facility improvements. The budget for Parks and Recreation is increased by 25%. The majority of this increase is due to funding $8.6 million in one-time capital projects for major facility renovations. Similarly, the Public Works Department reflects a 19% increase, also due to funding, primarily due to funding of $3.7 million for one-time infrastructure projects. The budget for non-departmental includes the cost for minor general operations, property and liability insurance for general government departments, the transfer to the CRA for the city's share of ad valorem taxes, and transfers to the capital fund for ongoing maintenance projects at general government facilities. The 38% increase in non-departmental expenditures is primarily due to budgeting a contingency fund to account for the costs associated with public safety union contracts that are currently in negotiations. This pie chart also represents general fund expenditure budget by department. The budget for public safety is 40% of the total general fund budget, with the police department representing 26% and the fire department representing 16% of that total. The budget for parks and recreation reflects 25% of the total general fund budget for fiscal year 25. And the capital funding that we've been speaking about on the previous slide is reflected in increases in public works and parks, their budget proportion, thereby reducing all the other departments that you see here on the slide. This chart represents the total general fund budget by category. Personnel costs continue to be our largest expense at just under 59% of total. This represents funding for 1,174.1 full-time equivalent positions that support the operations of general fund departments. Operating expenditures represent the next largest category at approximately 15% of the total budget. The budget for interfund transfers is 14% of the total general fund expenditures. This represents $14.4 million transferred to fund capital repair and replacement projects, $12.7 million to fund one-time major facility renovations and road construction projects, and $3.9 million is transferred to the CRA, representing the city's TIF contribution for next year. Debt and capital expenditures combined represent approximately 1.5% of the total general fund budget. Debt costs include Imagine Clearwater bonds and financing for new purchases of equipment and vehicles that support general fund operations. Capital expenditures include the library's book budget and purchases of small machinery and equipment which meet capital cost thresholds. A total of 1,904.3 full-time equivalent positions are proposed across all funds for fiscal year 25. This is an increase of 17.6 positions from the current year's amended budget. In this graph, the sand-colored portion represents general fund FTEs, which are budgeted at 1,174.1 positions for fiscal year 25. This is an increase of 6.3 positions from the current year. In comparison, the green portion represents all other funds, which are budgeted at 730.2 FTEs for fiscal year 25, an increase of 11.3. The proposed budget includes 17.6 additional FTEs for fiscal year 25. To support initiatives that prioritize high-performing government, the following positions are being added in the general fund. The police department budget includes 1.8 FTEs for the police aid program, and additional part-time hours are added to support the red light camera program. These additions total 2 FTEs. In public works, we're adding 2 engineers to support our project workload and 1 business systems analyst to support the new asset management software implementation. In the water and sewer fund, we are adding 2 business systems analysts to support the new asset management and other utility software support, a warehouse supervisor to provide additional oversight for materials and inventory management, and a contracts and procurement specialist to support the utilities engineering team. In the stormwater fund, we're adding a construction inspector to enhance right-of-way and sediment control inspections. In the general services fund, 2 additional trades workers are added to support building maintenance. In the garage fund, 2 additional fleet mechanics are added to support the solid waste team. And in the administrative services fund, in information technology, a staff assistant is added to provide administrative support to the department, and a network analyst 3 is added to support identity management functions. To support initiatives that prioritize superior public services and human resources, an additional human resources analyst is added to support the increased volume of employee interactions, and hours are also added to convert a part-time position to a full-time human resources technician. These increases total 1.3 positions added to the general fund. And finally, to support initiatives that prioritize community well-being, a part-time recreation leader is added to support youth and after-school programs of the North Greenwood Recreation Center, and this position is funded by revenues from the Juvenile Welfare Board. The total budget for capital improvement funds is $152.8 million for fiscal year 25. This slide represents that total by categorical breakdown of the capital improvement budget. Funding of projects for utilities provide for planned maintenance projects for stormwater, water and sewer, gas, and solid waste and recycling. For fiscal year 25, these are budgeted at $56.3 million, which is approximately 37% of total capital funding. General government projects are budgeted at $48.2 million. This represents 32% of total capital funding. This includes projects for police, fire, streets, sidewalks, parks and recreation facilities, libraries, and maintenance of city buildings and facilities that operate general government functions. Significant changes proposed to general government projects include additional funding of $3.2 million of general fund revenues for the Long Center project. New general government projects budgeted for fiscal year 25 include $500,000 in general fund revenue to fund the Public Works share of asset management software implementation, $200,000 from the general fund to establish the North Ward renovation project, $125,000 of general fund revenues to establish the police range repair and replacement project, $150,000 in general fund revenue to begin planning for the new Countryside pickleball project, $540,000 from the general fund to establish the sports lighting retrofit project, and $200,000 in general fund revenues to fund the city shorelines project. Projects in support of internal service operations are budgeted at $14.4 million, or 9% of total capital funding. This funds projects that support fleet, radio communications, general services, information technology, and utility customer service. And the capital budget for small enterprise funds is proposed at $33.9 million for fiscal year 25. This provides funding for capital repair and maintenance of Air Park, both marinas, and parking facilities. For fiscal year 25, this includes a new project funded with $22 million of parking revenues to fund the Gotham Development Agreement, and $3 million in parking revenues to begin funding the Beach Marina parking garage project. Council, the action requested of you today is to set the tentative millage rate, which the city manager has proposed at 5.885 mils, and also to set the 2 public hearing dates for September. This information is provided to the county for inclusion in trim notices, which are mailed to our residents in August. Just to note, if you set the tentative millage rate at this proposed 5.885 mils, it can be reduced in September, but it cannot be increased without a first-class mailing to all of our residents. Our first public hearing is planned as part of the council meeting scheduled for Wednesday, September 4th, and the second hearing to adopt the budget is planned as part of the council meeting on Tuesday, September 17th. Both meetings are scheduled to begin at 6 p.m. We have scheduled a special work session as an opportunity for you to further discuss the budget with all departments represented. This will be held on August 14th, Wednesday, August 14th at 9 a.m. If there are specific topics that you would like to discuss at that meeting, please communicate that with the city manager as soon as possible so we can be prepared for anything that you would like additional documentation on. I'd be happy to answer any questions you have.
Before we ask for council questions, is there anyone here from the public who'd like to speak to agenda item 6.1?
Hi, I'm Blaine Underwood. My problem is, I never know what you guys are in these budgets. She talked beautiful, A+, but she just gave the topics. 12%, 10%, 8%, 4%. Great. Then she highlighted some of the things we all want to hear. But when it comes to parks and recreation, I want the details. What are they doing? Where can I find out? What's in that budget? And can you provide it to all of us at your meetings? It's the details of what adds up. How many police officers? Where? Where are you putting them? What level are these police officers? What rank are these police officers? What are the pay scale of these police officers? That's one of many things. So I'm just saying, please, we need the details of all those percentages at these work sessions. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. I'm Bill Johnson. I'm here to tell you a little bit about the correspondence, the email I sent you on Friday about the 24-25 budget priorities for roadway landscaping. This is in response to the city downgrading the quality of major roadway landscaping during this last year. Attached to that email was a presentation I had made to the Environmental Advisory Board back in May. I won't repeat that presentation other than to summarize that for a city that describes itself as bright and beautiful from the bay to the beach, I would hope that we could budget median landscaping quality almost as good as nearby cities like Largo, Oldsmar, and Dunedin. There's a wonderful book about Disney World called Be Our Guest. It talks about the importance of managing the effect of setting on the guest experience. I need to talk up, I'm sorry. There's a wonderful book about Disney World called Be Our Guest. It talks about the importance of managing the effect of the setting on the guest experience. And it can be summarized up in 2 words: everything speaks. It goes on to say that the message must be consistent consistent with the common purpose and quality statements of the organization in all areas of our city. For a look at the historical visual appearance improvements that have been made in the city of Clearwater, I encourage a visit to the website scenicClearwater.org. And I do have a copy of the extract from the book for you today. Thank you very much.
Is there anyone else here who desires to speak to agenda item 6.1?
Good afternoon, Mayor Rector, council members, Ms. Poirier, Mr. Margolis, staff. With regards to this topic, we've talked with the operating budget and the capital improvement budget for this next year. And as has been mentioned in the past, we have a number of major projects that are multi-year programs that need to be addressed and looked at. So I would be hopeful that as part of this year's budget, there is also a bigger picture oversight, if you would, of all those other projects that are before us. The North Beach project, the Fort Harrison project, Drew Street, the City Hall, the Marina. All of those are big ticket items. What's going to be here on the bluffs associated with money being funded by the city. And so I would ask that that be looked at too. It's also been mentioned during the previous election debates, the need for improvements with regards to our sewage treatment plant. And I'm not seeing that as an agenda item here in the past, but I assume that that's something that all should be looked at in terms of what the long-term proposal should be for that improvement going forward, so that we have a large overview of all of the programs, capital programs, necessary for moving forward the city. And there are probably others that I'm just not aware of. So I would just ask that as part of this current year's budget, there be a subset set up that lists out all of these major projects over the future coming years, so that you may plan ahead to set monies aside necessary to meet those needs. Oh, I'm sorry, and my name is Rudy Mikulek. I apologize, I forgot to say that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Does anyone else here desire to speak to agenda item 6.1? Seeing none, now for council discussion, questions for Finance Department? Okay. Would like to say just a couple things. Mr. Enderley's question, much of our budget information is available to the public, particularly before the open meetings, correct? Yeah.
Yes, sir.
And I'm sure Mr. Johnson's very, he regularly reviews documents ahead of meetings, and I think Mr. Leahy can help point you to some of this detailed information. There's a lot to it. Certainly the council has already been through a meeting already with folks, so, you know, if he can't help you, then our city staff can help directly do that, yeah. And then on, Mr. Michael, your comment too about the big projects, that's certainly a part of this, as we're looking at some major projects. Certainly our expenses, like everybody else's expenses in this room, have gone up considerably. We had a discussion on, that's on the agenda later on the Marina project, how much the cost of that's gone up over the years. So we're certainly attentive to the continued rising cost of these big projects and have our finger on them and looking ahead as well. So with that, if there's no further discussion, I'll entertain a motion to approve item 6.1.
Motion to approve item 6.1.
Second?
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. This time we'll move to the agenda item 6.2.
Amend special conditions of ordinance 9167-18 referencing 385 South Gulfview Boulevard, vacating a portion of Gulfview Boulevard right-of-way in the southwest one quarter of Section 8, Township 29 South, Range 15 East, Pinellas County, Florida, as recorded in Plat Book 13, page 12 of the official records of Pinellas County, Florida, subject to special conditions, and pass ordinance 9773-24 on first reading.
Thank you, Rose. Good afternoon, Mayor, council members. Robert Kasmer, Public Works Engineering, Real Estate. If I may first say that I appreciate the effort and time of Mr. Delk, and I wish that we would have had the opportunity to work together. I know he has done much for the community and the citizens, and I wish him well. Thank you. Okay, the item today in brief. The owners of 385 South Gulfview Boulevard, the Hilton Hiatus, on September 6, 2018, requested the city to vacate adjacent city right-of-way, which was approved. As a condition of this approval, all utility paths were defined, but upon completion, not all were met. These changes now have to be reconfirmed by a second ordinance to include a correcting easement, which is necessary to preserve and amend the initial first vacation approval. The owners have since executed the necessary correcting easement to now be in full compliance. There are no other utilities to address. City staff have approved this request. Any questions, please?
Does anyone here from the public desire to speak to the agenda item 6.2? Seeing none, is there any questions or comments from the council? I'm going to allude to this later in my comments, but it is Assistant City Manager Delk's last council meeting, so we are certainly, we all will have some thoughts of appreciation to share with him later, but I appreciate you sharing your own personal thoughts too.
Thank
So,
you.
with that, entertain a motion. Excuse me, we have someone here to speak to this item? Yes.
And Mayor, because it is an ordinance, I will need to read it by title as
Okay.
well.
Christine Chris Michaelak, 855 Bayway Boulevard. I'm sorry, is this the property that is the Hilton Hiatus? I drove by there and I can't figure out what this is about.
Yes.
Could you please explain for us non-engineers what exactly is what you're asking for? I don't have a problem with that, I'd just like you to explain for us who are not engineers. I drove by there, I tried to figure out where this easement is, I can't figure it out.
Understood.
Yeah. Is that your comments? And then
That's my
we'll come back.
comments, a question.
Sure. Anyone else from the public here desire to speak to agenda item 6.2? Guys, hearing none, you need to go ahead, I guess, and read the ordinance first.
Sure. Ordinance number 9773-24, an ordinance of the City of Clearwater, Florida, amending ordinance number 9167-18, recorded in OR Book 20203, page 1614 of the Public Records of Pinellas County, Florida, providing an effective date.
And if you might, just, I'll ask you to explain the location of the property It is the hiatus.
Very good. I'm not an engineer myself, Mayor, but from what I've read and have been told, when the hotel was initially built, there were existing utilities within the footprint of the hotel plan, as well as on the outside within the city right-of-way. That is why in the ordinance, the right-of-way and the pathwork of the utilities was defined. We wanted to know where what was going. And, you know, when you're building such a large structure, things happen. Lines were inadvertently misplaced. We acknowledge that. The engineering department went through with the company as well, the developers, and we came with a solution, which is now the easement in place to inspect and repair as necessary the lines in question. Not all lines now belong to the city. The majority of them are now owned by the developer. The building was inadvertently built over some of the lines, or actually the majority of the lines were built under the building, which we have no access to. So again, we needed to divest ourselves from what we could maintain and then have them take responsibility for what they need to maintain, which is what this easement defines.
Any other questions from the council? Is there a motion to
Move
approve?
to approve agenda item 6.2.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
This time we move to agenda item 6.3.
Authorize purchase orders to multiple vendors for polyethylene pipe fitting and steel pipe fittings in the cumulative annual not to exceed amount of $2,100,000 for the initial term of August 1, 2024 through July 31st, 2025, with 2 one-year renewal options pursuant to invitation to bid number 34-24, and authorize the appropriate officials to execute same.
Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Jim Fry. I'm the Division Manager for Retail Services for Clearwater Glass System. We have received 4 responsive bids to our invitation to bids, numbers 34 through 24, which is polyethylene pipe fittings and the steel pipe fittings as outlined in our agenda item. It is our recommendation to award this invitation to bid to the lowest, most responsive bidders in accordance with the bid specifications in the amount of $2.1 million for a period for 1 year with 2 one-year renewal options. Consolidated Pipe and Supply Company and General Utility and Pipe Supply are 2 main responsive bidders. We have 2 alternate bidding vendors, DevTech Sales and Insco Industries. We want to use as secondary option to make sure we have continuity of supply options. And happy to take any questions.
Does anyone here from the public desire to speak to agenda item 6.3? Okay, seeing none, any questions, comments from the council? If not, I'll entertain a motion.
Move to approve agenda item 6.3.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous.
Thank you.
This time we move to agenda item 6.4.
Authorize an increase to an existing purchase order with Pannoni Associates, Inc. of Clearwater, Florida for professional services in connection with providing GIS and engineering services for mapping of the Clearwater Municipal Cemetery located at 1300 South Myrtle Avenue in the amount of $27,806, bringing the total to $167,906, and authorize the appropriate officials to execute same.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. I'm Matthew Anderson, Assistant Director with Parks and Recreation Department. The item before you is a purchase order increase to Pannoni Associates. The original scope that was approved by the previous council was on 12/7/2023. We're looking to do a project that involved GPR, the cemetery, GIS mapping, and other engineering services. That was done, and ultimately it was determined that we needed additional services to essentially clean up some of the data that we had. There were some inconsistencies with books. This cemetery was opened in 1877. The city took it over in 1915 when it was incorporated. So it's been open a long time. There's a lot of gaps. So The additional services that I'm requesting the funds for is to essentially clean up our records and make everything match. There's also an issue with one of the boundary lines. Survey techniques have obviously changed over the years, and we need to fix that as well. At this time, I'll take any questions.
Anyone here from the public desire to speak to agenda item 6.4? Seeing none, is there any discussion among the council? Seeing none, is there a motion?
Make a motion to approve item 6.4.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. It's time to move to agenda item 6.5.
Approve and increase existing purchase order with Pinoni Associates, Inc. of Clearwater, Florida for professional services in connection with repairs at Pier 60 in the amount of $28,350, bringing the total to $127,850, and authorize the appropriate officials to execute same.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. Matthew Anderson, Assistant Director of Parks and Recreation. The item before you is for a purchase order increase to Pinoni Associates for damage that was done to Pier 60 during Hurricane Idalia. We originally had contracted with them to come in and do structural assessments of the pier above the water and below the water and determine how significant the damage was. At the time, we actually had water over portions of the T end of the pier during Idalia. The damages were proven to be pretty extensive. The majority that was covered in the original contract. During those investigations, it was determined that we need additional submerged land lease work done, permitting and things like that, and that's what these additional funds are for. This will help us finish out this project with, as far as getting the drawings and things together to ultimately do the project. So this is all the upfront professional services. But that is the reason that this increase is here, because additional things were determined during the original contract. And I'll answer any questions at this time.
Is there anyone here from the public that desires to speak to agenda item 6.5?
I'm not really sure how it works, Ms. Call, but if somebody in the public doesn't want to speak, but they want to, they can allow me to speak for them?
There's a group card that they
Oh, there
can
is a
fill
group.
out, yes.
I'll do that on the next one. But for everybody that wants to allow me to speak for you, can you please raise your hand?
They have to, oh, okay, so you can only accumulate up to 10 minutes.
It seems like I got 10.
Well, no, but I need to have the names and they need to sign and
No
make
worries.
sure that they stay within the room, they cannot leave.
No worries, they're not leaving. None of these people are leaving.
Is this with regard to, Mr. Taylor, is this agenda item?
Yes,
you're
sir.
talking about?
Yes, sir.
So you're accumulating time for this?
Up to 10?
We will see how long that I have to speak about it, because I'm actually.
No, you can only accumulate up to 10 minutes, so for each person
okay.
who gives up their 3 minutes to speak, you can accumulate up to
So it's my
additional
3
minutes.
minutes plus another
plus the
7.
additional, yes.
Okay, perfect. It probably won't take up to 10 minutes, I don't think, but I just wanted to make sure, because some of them, they want to give me the option to speak about this agenda item. How y'all doing? Dressed up really nice and snazzy. Wanted to make sure I didn't scare anybody, but anyway, we're going to pass that. I actually do agree with this. You know, I have to have a place to go fishing on Clearwater Beach while I open carry. You know, when I carry my AR-15 on the beach. And to fix Pier 60 is actually something that's going to benefit not only myself from 4 hours away, but it's going to benefit all the citizens, because it's actually a beautiful pier. It has a lot of great things going for it. I didn't know that it was in disrepair, which is a good thing. You know, I always see all the vendors and all the stuff that's going on there, which is amazing, which, you know, that's part of Clearwater is the beach side, you know, and I would love to see, you know, I'm not trying to talk about downtown, but I'm just saying I would love to see that energy brought over to Pier 60, you know, bring Pier 60 over to downtown, but we're not speaking about downtown area today. And once again, the one thing I would say about Pier 60 is if you're going to do a lot of these renovations, I would also look into maybe possibly, you know, lowering the cost of, you know, I know that when you go to the fishing pier, my fishing license is covered. And obviously I pay $17 for a fishing license every year, or if I have a lifetime or blah, blah, blah. But, maybe lowering the cost would generate more revenue for the fishing cost. Obviously it's like only $1 or $2 to walk out on the pier, which is great, for the people that want to get out there on the pier. But for the fishermen, I think it would be very beneficial if you could possibly lower the cost maybe by a couple dollars. Because that way, not only for me, but for the residents and everybody else that comes to Clearwater that would love to fish. The only thing I didn't see, I looked at some of the PDFs, and the only thing I didn't really see was, is there gonna be extensions, or, I know obviously you can't comment on it, but, if there's gonna be any type of extensions, or what are the upgrades that are going to happen is more of my question. Obviously that I've been there at least probably 3 or 4 times. I really enjoy it, but I could see some things that could be better. Whether they're pier nets, whether they're, to be honest, the only thing I can really think of is just more pier nets, because that's the one thing, like if you catch a fish and it's big and you don't have a net, there's not enough nets on there. So that's what I would say about that. And once again, like I said, I'm not trying to use up all the time. I just wanted to make sure that hopefully, from some of the people I spoke to, I hope I nailed some of the things that you might have had concerns with. Because, it still is $127,000, almost $128,000 that's going into this, plus a 28, or bringing it up to $128,000. I hope that whatever it is that's going to happen at Pier 60 is very beneficial, not only for myself, but for all residents throughout the state of Florida. So thank you.
Someone else who desires to speak to item 6.5? If not, council discussion. Mr. Taylor, that was very helpful. We enjoy hearing from anybody how we might make Clearwater Beach, our pier, more successful. So, hopefully we can keep that spirit. We're just all trying to make our city more beautiful and thrive better, and appreciate you sharing those positive thoughts.
Hey, we can go beer and pizza at Downtown Pizza after this, man.
With that, with that, I'll entertain a motion to,
Motion to approve agenda item 6.5.
Second.
all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. This time we move to agenda item 6.6.
Approve purchase orders to O'Neill's LLC of Ozona, Florida, Pete and Ron's Tree Service, Inc. of Tampa, Florida, and TreesForYou.com, Inc. of Bel Air Beach, Florida, for citywide tree care services on a unit price basis and the cumulative annual not to exceed amounts of $700,000 with 2 one-year renewal options pursuant to invitation to bid 26-24 tree care services, and authorize the appropriate officials to execute same.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council members, and City leadership. I'm Ali Izmaloski with Public Works and the Roadway Division Manager. This item before you will be used for tree care service requests, including tree pruning, tree and palm removal, stump removal, and invasive species removal from city-owned facilities in parks and recreation, public utilities, public right-of-ways, and utility and stormwater easements for accessibility by maintenance staff. The contract has an annual capacity of $700,000 for 1 year, with an option of 2 one-year renewals if quality of services provided is appropriate and acceptable to city staff. This funding encompasses contributions from Public Works, Parks and Recreation, public utilities, and other various city department budgets. Any questions?
Anyone here from the public desire to speak to agenda item 6.6?
Good afternoon. Patricia Kirby, 1111 Spencer Avenue, Clearwater, Florida. So several of my friends sent me this and asked about it. So I took a look at it. And even though I applaud your efforts, I really do, to at least be trimming them and be proactive about the trimming part, that's a good thing, taking care of the trees. What I'm concerned about is that I have yet to see anything done on the sort of verbal promises made, I even think this was last year, about planting more trees and really creating a robust canopy, urban canopy in our area. All we are doing is trimming and cutting, and more trimming and cutting, and hopefully we have already removed the camphors from that list and taken out the invasive species that caused the problems last year. Otherwise, we're gonna have a bunch more upset people again if they start chopping down the trees. Every time I drive down the main streets to get to my home and I see all these trees that were removed in this debacle last year, I think I see the open spot with where the stump was, and I think, oh, there was a beautiful tree there. There was a beautiful tree there. I know exactly where they all are. Those spots are still there. One of them, they're struggling to grow back again, so they're actually about that tall from that spot, which is like, yay for you, but it's gonna take 40 years or something before that becomes a tree that will provide cooling for this area. I don't know if everyone here recognizes how important trees are. When I drive through Central Florida and there is mile upon mile of development where they literally come in, you can see on one side you have the housing development and on the other side you have the clear cut where they're burning slash piles of trees to put more houses in, and those areas are getting hotter and hotter and hotter, and we do the same thing here. It's beautification, it's cooling, it's health-inducing. There was a $1 billion grant, more than that, by the U.S. Forest Service. By the way, I am a former federal forest ranger, in addition to being a former federal park ranger. That was 8 years, not in this area, out west, Southwest and Pacific Northwest and West Coast. And that was to provide urban forestry, more trees, planting more trees in the cities that were interested in doing that. I would love for Clearwater to be an actual tree city and really taking good actions. And I know, I have faith in you, I really do. I know you can make the right decisions for this stuff. I genuinely believe that. But when I saw it was just like, when I looked through the documents, I was like, oh, it's just cutting and trimming. There's no planting. Please identify places where we can plant more trees and also be proactive about protecting these very large trees that already provide the benefits that we really need in this city. The cooling benefits, the health benefits. I'm not just a tree hugger, I promise. I just believe in them being a good thing for us. They really are good for our community. All right, thanks, you guys.
Anyone else here from the public desire to speak to agenda item 6.6? Okay. Hearing none, is there any council discussion on this item? Seeing none, is there a motion?
Move to approve agenda item 6.6. Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. This time we'll move to agenda item 6.7.
Authorize acceptance of the U.S. Department of Energy's Office of State and Community Energy Programs Energy Efficiency Conservative Block Grant Program Formula Award in the amount of $169,090 by approving the special terms and conditions of the equipment rebate voucher application and authorize the appropriate officials to execute same.
Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council members, staff. My name is Cassie Cordova. I'm the Sustainability Division Manager here for the city in the Public Works Department. The City of Clearwater was allocated $169,090 in the Department of Energy Efficiency's and Department of Energy's Energy Efficiency and Conservation Block Grant Program, or EECBG. This is a no-match required award allocation. And just to update, since the Legistar item was input, we did have a change. The indemnity clause was removed from this, so we no longer need approval for that. But staff is requesting that we are recommending that the council accepts this award allocation. This supports the city's strategic plan priorities, 1, for high-performing government, and 4, for environmental stewardship. It also aligns with the city's goals for energy efficiency improvement and overall greenhouse gas reductions, as well as supports our alternative fuel vehicle and vehicle purchasing guideline policy. I have a bunch more if you want to hear it, but I'll wait until you ask questions.
Is anyone here from the public that desires to speak to agenda item 6.7? Seeing none, is there any council discussion? Hearing none, is there a motion?
Move to approve agenda item 6.7.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Thank you. Move to agenda item 6.8.
Approve the extension of a piggyback contract and issuance of a purchase order to Kale America of Clearwater, Florida for a service maintenance agreement, parking payment technologies, and back office support in an amount not to exceed $812,005 for a 4-year term through June 30, 2028 pursuant to Clearwater Code of Ordinances, Section 2.563, paren 1, paren C, piggyback or cooperative purchase, and 2.563, paren 1, paren D, non-competitive purchase, and authorize the appropriate officials to execute same.
Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. Jeremy Ellishouse, City's Parking Manager with the Public Works Division. The agenda item that's before you is to basically continue our existing parking payment systems, both with the kiosks. This is to cover the back office warranty for those machines, as well as continue to support the mobile payment options that we have through Calais/Flowbird, paying by text, extending by text, and so forth. It's kind of two-pronged. The back office support for the next 4 years, and the warranty is a fixed price, and those are listed there. The other half of it is they're by use. So with, for example, the extend by text is 35 cents per transaction that the customer is charged. We collect all that revenue, but we have to pay that 35 cents back to Calais. So because we're holding that money budgetarily, we have to account for it some way. So we kind of have to do a little bit of a guessing game, an estimation of what we're going to hold. So those aren't necessarily fixed costs, but those are just pass-through costs. So it's not actual hard costs. And I'll be happy to answer any questions beyond that.
Is there anyone here from the public desires to speak to agenda item 6.8?
All right. I totally get that there's maintenance. My name's Michael Taylor. I'm for 4 hours away, Port St. Lucie, all that good stuff. We all know who I am. But anyway, basically $200,000, a little over that, for the next 4 years. And these are for basically kiosks, I'm guessing. That's what I'm guessing. This, from what I saw, is basically just to upkeep the kiosks, whether it be on the beach or the 100 parking spots that don't make any money, that have lost $250,000. Once again, for me, I want people to get behind understanding where this money goes and how this money is being spent. People have to understand this is almost $1 million over the next 4 years. And like $200,000 a year for the next 4 years is a substantial amount of money. I'm not saying it doesn't take that amount, but I'm literally looking at these things from 4 hours away, and I'm clicking on PDF after PDF, and I'm just trying to. From the PDFs that I saw, I didn't see anything that said it was going to be for 300 kiosks or 300 this or this, that, and the third, and that's a lot of the reason why I say anything. Other than that, if it's needed, it's needed. But for me, living 4 hours away and me actually going through these PDFs, there's a lot of people that just don't understand it. They can read a paragraph and not understand what they're reading, and when I do it, I'm like, it still doesn't make sense to me. But that's all I have. Thank you.
Is there anyone else here from the public desiring to speak to agenda item 6.8? Any council discussion?
Just to help clarify that, that's for parking citywide. It's not just the kiosks, right? That's even where there's the app to use and any type of public parking.
Correct, the ones we have through Flowbird, and it is mentioned in the thing,
I know, I just
94 kiosks.
Thank you, sir.
Any other discussion?
Did you say 94?
Yes,
Is that
sir.
the number you said? And that also covers back office support, so it's not just a physical kiosk, it's covering support that's needed to maintain, to
Exactly,
monitor.
yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Understood.
Any other discussion? Is there a motion?
Make a motion to approve item 6.8.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Thank you. Agenda item 6.9.
Award a purchase order to Sign Native Tampa Bay and Clearwater, Florida for citywide custom vehicle and/or equipment wrap services in the annual not-to-exceed amount of $165,000 for 1 year with 3 one-year renewal options pursuant to request for proposal 36-24 and authorize the appropriate officials to execute same.
Good afternoon, Perry Collins, Fleet Manager. This contract involves applying, removing, and repairing wraps and striping on a range of citywide motor vehicles and equipment, including trucks, vans, cars, sports utility vehicles, utility terrain vehicles, watercraft, and other miscellaneous equipment. It also includes installing graphics on newly acquired city vehicles as needed. Any questions?
Does anyone here from the public desire to speak to agenda item 6.9? Seeing none, is there any council discussion? Mr. Taylor, are you? No, okay. Any council discussion? Okay, is there a motion?
Motion to approve agenda item 6.9.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Thank you. Agenda item 6.10.
Approve a purchase order to Garland DBS, Inc. for a roof replacement at General Services Fleet Maintenance Facility in the not-to-exceed amount of $2,505,725 pursuant to Clearwater Code of Ordinances, Section 2.563, Paren 1, Paren C, piggyback, and authorize the appropriate officials to execute same.
Good afternoon, Peter Bardo, Director of General Services. The proposal from Garland DBS for the roof replacement at General Services and Fleet Maintenance Facility provides for the installation of a metal roof hugger system over the existing metal roof with required structural upgrades per engineer drawings. This type of installation allows for employee and day-to-day operations to remain unaffected by work to be performed over the general maintenance or the general services and fleet maintenance admin areas. The existing pre-engineered metal roof is over 40 years old and continues to have ongoing issues. The roof system has reached the end of its useful life and needs to be replaced. And just to give you some scale, this is a 78,000 square foot roof, roughly roofing a size of 2 acres, to give you some scale with the price tag there. But staff recommends approval.
Does anyone here from the public desire to speak to agenda item 6.10?
Hi, I'm Blaine Enderly. Why wouldn't he show us the picture of it? That's the part I'm not comprehending. You guys are saying stuff and we don't see pictures of the building, the roof, what it's gonna look like, what it looks like now. Google. Why don't we have Google? Thank you.
Anyone else desire to speak to agenda item 6.10? Council discussion. Is there a motion?
Move to approve agenda item 6.10.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Agenda item 6.11.
Approve purchase orders with multiple vendors for citywide mechanical, electrical, plumbing, specialty services in the cumulative annual not-to-exceed amount of $4 million with 3 one-year renewal options pursuant to invitation to bid 45-24 and authorize the appropriate officials to execute same.
Peter Bardo, General Services Director. Hello again. Bid 4524 Mechanical, Electrical, Plumbing, and Specialty Services was issued on May 1st, 2024 for as-needed citywide and specialty services. The Building and Maintenance Division and the Public Utilities Department manage numerous capital and maintenance projects which require the services of certified contractors in mechanical, plumbing, and specialty services. Having an established roster of contractors for each trade will enable building and maintenance to be more proactive and responsive to many deadlines and needs throughout the city and facilitate public utilities maintenance of of water and wastewater facilities in compliant operation. Staff recommends approval.
Is there anyone here from the public desire to speak to agenda item 6.11? Is there any council discussion? Is there a motion?
Move to approve agenda item 6.11.
Second.
Those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Agenda item 6.12.
Approve purchase orders to Goodyear Tire and Rubber Company Monroe Inc. and Mavis Tire Express Services
Yeah.
Corp. for the purchase of Goodyear tire products and services for city motorized equipment in the cumulative amount of $2,550,000 for term July 1, 2024 through June 30, 2027 pursuant to Clearwater Code of Ordinances, Section 2.563(1), piggyback and authorize the appropriate officials to execute same.
Harry Conzen, Fleet Manager. As per the previous extension requested in March, this contract covers the purchase of various tire sizes for use on all city vehicles and offers their services for all commercial vehicles, which includes road service assistance, tire repairs, mounting and dismounting, tire rotation, balancing and disposal. Goodyear also provides fleet inspection of tires on a set schedule at no charge. Fleet anticipates a cumulative annual spend of $850,000. Any questions?
Anyone here from the public desire to speak to the agenda item 6.12? Okay.
Thank you, sir. Thanks for the clarification. All right.
Wait, 1 second, so.
No problem, no problem.
Joe P., just raise your hand so I can see, okay.
Joe, is that P?
John, and then Mike Zimmerman, Pat Zimmerman,
Is
so you
P-
have 7.
Is P your last name? Joe P., is the P the last name? P is your last name.
Yeah, no, okay, I'll tell you in a minute.
Okay.
All right. I want to say it was about 3 months ago, 3.5 months ago, somewhere around right around there. We did a very similar thing about these tires. I believe it was right around $800,000 for 3 months, and that was 3 months ago. So obviously, here's a new one. You know, if you're not first, you're last. And then if you don't know, that's Talladega Nights. That's basically what I think that's going on with these tires is that, you know, we're running around a NASCAR track with $2.5 million worth of, you know, I had a problem with the $800,000 for 3 months, and, you know, when I tried to say something, Mr. Slaughter, that's not here today, he turned to somebody and was like, don't answer that question, don't answer that question. And you know, it's not that I'm looking for answers, because I can go to these PDFs, and it's not like they're saying it's just for this, it's just for this, it's just for this. They're just saying we just need $2.5 million for the next 3 years. And I'm like, it's $1 million a year in tires. You know, anybody here, how many times a year do you actually change your tires? You know, I've been driving back and forth from 4 hours away on the same set of tires for over a year. You know, and I'm not saying you don't need them. Obviously, some of these law enforcement people, you know, they get in their, you know, their chases and they probably burn through some tires, or they're riding their bicycles or something and they burn up their tires, or I don't know where these tires are going. I look at $1 million for tires for the next 3 years, basically, and I'm like, where are they going? Like, you know, even for the brand new, you know, heavy duty trucks and the light duty trucks, like, there's just no way that you're burning through $1 million worth of tires. And if you are, guess what? You know, there's things that we're going to be talking about that are probably going to get voted unanimously after today. And guess what? You're probably not going to see it for a few months. And I'm sure some of y'all will probably be really happy about that. But it's not going to stop me from still looking and watching. I can look and watch for 4 hours. The only reason I come here is to put a face behind the voice. You know, you know, it's not, you know, nobody else is up here speaking about this. And I'm not saying there isn't somebody going to follow right behind me to speak about this. I just find it funny that nobody is going to speak about it, and it takes a guy from 4 hours to say, hey, do you really honestly need almost $3 million, $2.5 million for the next 3 years in tires. And when you look at it, everybody that's watching on YouTube or Facebook or wherever you're watching this, go to these PDFs. This is where you're gonna find the information. I try to go through their PDFs, and like there'll be 7 of them. And I'm like, I have to go through 7 PDFs just to find out that there's no numbers of how many tires are gonna be bought, or what's going to be bought, or how much these tires actually cost. It's just saying, it's just a blanket cost of $2.5 million for the next 3 years. You know, and that's what I'm hoping eventually comes through for the people, not for me. You know, I mean, I might be paying for some of this out of some of my taxes that some people think I don't pay, that, you know, through their emails that they sent that said that I was a domestic terrorist, and we'll get back to that at public comment. Yeah, that was a good email that I got. Oh man, that was an interesting one. But anyway, you know, I'm just trying to tie this into $2.5 million, and I want the people of Clearwater or the people of the surrounding areas to question anything that you see with these type of numbers. You see these type of numbers, question. And especially, it's like, you know, as a chef, you know, I've ran kitchens from Daytona Beach all the way down to here, you know, and I get a budget. And then I have to do inventory. You know, I can't spend more money than I know I can spend. It's like, all right, I know all this food's gonna be here, but at the end of the day, I have to make 30% food costs. I have to make this percentage. I have to make this percentage. I have to keep my labor at a certain percentage. All these things matter, and for $2.5 million, and there's no references to, like, you know, it costs $3.50 a pound for chicken. That's what I want to see with this, is how much are you paying for these tires, or what type of tires, or how many tires. That's what the people really need to know, is how many, how much. You know, that's how I ran my kitchens. You know, there's only been 2 kitchens that ever failed on me, and it wasn't even me that failed. It was me that failed. I'll just take the bullet on that one, because the business failed, I failed. You know, something happened that were out of my control, and I tried to control it, and I failed. But for $2.5 million, I hope that this doesn't fail. You know, that's what this is about, is that if you need it, make it make sense to the people. So thank you.
Anyone else here from the public want to speak to agenda item 6.12?
Hi, my name's Jeff Drouin. Yeah, $2.5 million for tires is kind of mind-boggling to me. Most of your cruisers all carry the same size tire. Most of your light-duty city trucks carry the same size tire. Are we getting any kind of bulk rate on the same size tire? We're buying so many sets of them. Are we getting any kind of discount for doing that? It doesn't show any of that. Are we not getting a discount? Well, we should if we're buying that many tires. But that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Anyone else here from the public desire to speak to agenda item 6.12?
I'm Mr. Haluba. This is an excessive amount for tires and for service or whatever's going on. I don't think any of you pay some vendor 3 years ahead of time for these type of things for your personal vehicle. So it's really outrageous. There's not an adequate explanation for it. And I'm just gonna say one thing, it's excessive, and it makes me wonder where the money's really going. It kind of reminds me of, you know, the Blast Friday beer money that disappeared several years ago. Where's it going? It can't be, you know, for services and tires over that period of time. It's an excessive amount of money. And somebody needs to do some digging on this and not just, make a motion, approve, and, unanimous. To spend this kind of money for this kind of thing, it's wrong.
Anyone else here from the public desire to speak to agenda item 6.12?
Hi, my name's Anthony Caveman.
From the microphone if you could, so we can just.
Yeah, my name's Anthony Caveman. With a commodity like this, tires, the resale value on a pair of used tires is pretty high. I know I have a family member that's in this industry that changes fleet tires, and him and people in his business take these tires and sometimes they change them prematurely, not because they want to, but because they're told to. And these tires are being sold, and a lot of money is being made off of this. So maybe you need to put someone in there to where it's being checked whether these tires are being changed prematurely or whether people are using excessive changes to make a profit from them. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Does anyone else here from the public desire to speak to agenda item 6.12? Seeing none, is there any council discussion? Seeing none, is there a motion?
Make a motion to approve item 6.12.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous.
Thank you.
Agenda item 6.13.
Approve a purchase order to Hadronex Inc., doing business as Smart Cover Systems located in Escondido, California, for the purchase of 30 new Smart Cover units for online application of mapping and monitoring service of wastewater system for term August 1, 2024 through July 31st, 2026, in the amount not to exceed of $208,695 pursuant to Clearwater Code of Ordinances, Section 2.563, paren 1, paren D, non-competitive purchase, and authorize the appropriate officials to execute same.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. Congratulations to Assistant City Manager Doc. I'm Mike Flanning, Public Utilities Assistant Director. This authorization grants approval for the purchase of up to 30 smart cover units for the Public Utilities wastewater collection system, effective August 1st, 2024 through July 31st, 2026, at a maximum cost of $208,695. These units will enhance system monitoring and prioritize infrastructure maintenance, aligning with our commitment to high-performing government practices. I'm happy to respond to any questions.
Is anyone here from the public that desires to speak to agenda item 6.13? Seeing none, is there any council discussion? Hearing none, is there a motion?
Motion to approve agenda item 6.13.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Agenda item 6.14.
Award a purchase order to Murphy Pipeline Contractors, LLC of Jacksonville, Florida, for Island Estates cast iron water main replacement project in the amount of $4,377,879 pursuant to invitation to bid number 23-0056-UT, and authorize the appropriate officials to execute same.
Good afternoon, Mike Flanagan again, Public Utilities Assistant Director. This authorizes a $4,377,879 purchase order to Murphy Pipeline Contractors for the 12-month Island Estates cast iron water main replacement project, ITB number 23-0056, identified in the 2022 Water Master Plan. It aligns with our commitment to systematic infrastructure management and supports the city's strategic goals of community well-being and environmental stewardship. I'm happy to respond to any questions.
Does anyone here from the public desire to speak to agenda item 6.14?
I'm Mr. Beluga. This should be a enterprise-funded project. It should not be coming from, and I don't know if it is or not. It doesn't look like it is. But if, Island Estates residents need water main replacement, that's wonderful. It should be a special assessment to Island Estate residents and not come out of the general fund. Water service is a enterprise-funded entity. It's not tax-supported. It has to come from the revenues from delivering water, and it certainly can come out of our exorbitant sewer rates that we pay in Clearwater. But if it's just gonna be for Island Estate residents, then they should all get a special assessment to make this happen. And I'm not saying it doesn't need to happen, but in the city of Clearwater, there is an ongoing merge between enterprise-funded activity and tax-supported activity. And that's wrong, it's bad accounting, and that's where money disappears.
Does anyone else here desire to speak to agenda item 6.13? Hearing none, is there any council discussion? Vice Mayor?
Yeah, so does this also include pipe bursting?
It does, yes.
Okay, so that's what they do with the cast iron, so they don't have any settlement later that causes problems.
The majority of the project will be pipe bursting. It's a much cheaper method.
Okay, thank you.
Any other council discussion or questions? Is there a motion?
Move to approve agenda item 6.14.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Agenda item 6.15.
Approve a purchase order Oracle America, Inc. of Redwood Shores of California for software maintenance in a not-to-exceed amount of $195,097.04 for 1 year for a 1 year term pursuant to Clearwater Code of Ordinances, Section 2.563.1, single source, and authorize the appropriate officials to execute same.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. David Pearson, IT Manager. This is an annual support and maintenance agreement renewal with the city for the city's Oracle database and enterprise management licensing. This licensing supports two of the city's major systems, our Kayenta utility billing database and our OAM, our current enterprise asset management system. This is for a 1 year term, in the amount of $195,000, or $195,097. Also included is a yearly renewal of WebLogic, a Oracle development suite in the amount of $16,841, bringing us to a total not to exceed amount of $211,938. Happy to answer any questions.
Someone here from the public desire to speak to the agenda item 6.15.
I've actually spoken, I think this will be the third time I've spoken on, I guess, just IT and internet and, you know, storage of, you know, all this stuff. Why can't we just say, I need $1.6 million for IT, internet storage, police body cams storage, this, that, the third, instead of every month. You're like, I need 400, like the last two times I talked about it, it was $400,000. And you know, you'll end up, just so that I'm not making stuff up, you know, it's gonna end up on my YouTube channel. And I'm gonna be like, look, 400, here's another two. And I'm like, just say you need $1 million and then show it. Just say, hey, this is what it's all for. This is why. You know, I come up and ask questions about it, and people don't want to answer. I mean, I'm not saying this guy's not going to answer it. If he wants to meet me outside, he's more than welcome, and we can sit and have a beer and a pizza over it. I don't give a crap. I just know that when I look at this, I'm like, you've just spent $800,000 over the last 2 months, and now you're about to spend another $200,000 for this year. And I'm like, just put it all into one. That's the same thing it's the same thing like the budget that you just were talking about. It's like, here's your budget. Same thing with my restaurant. Here's your budget. You have $15,000 to spend on X, Y, and Z, but you know, the food half of it, that's not part of my budget. The budget for me in a kitchen is knives, silverware, plates, replacing things that get broken. But, obviously, something here, when you break up 3 different parts of this into $1 million, it seems like something's broken. And I can't make sense of it. For those people that are in the crowd or that are watching today, if you can make sense of this, email me at thearmfisherman@gmail.com, and I would love to listen to you. So thank you.
Anyone else here want to speak to agenda item 6.15? Seeing none, is there any council discussion? Hearing none, is there a motion?
Move to approve agenda item 6.15.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Agenda item 6.16.
Approve an increase in proposal from Kokolakis Contracting, Inc. of Tarpon Springs, Florida for the construction of the Clearwater Beach Marina in the amount of $43,469,475, bringing the total to $43,568,739. Pursuant to request for qualifications 19-22, approve a not-to-exceed loan of $18 million from the Capital Improvement Fund to the Marine Fund and authorize the appropriate officials to execute same.
Good afternoon, Council. Mike McDonald, Marine and Aviation Director. This is the second reading for the guaranteed maximum price to Kokolakis Construction. During the first meeting, we discussed the need to have the marina rebuilt, and we also discussed what products are going into this and the cost escalation. So I'll be happy to answer any questions. I have Jeff Walker with Public Utilities if you have any technical questions here.
Does anyone here from the public desire to speak to item 6.16?
I truly feel bad, man. We've talked outside, dude. I'm sorry.
You know.
I truly feel bad, man. We've spoke outside about a lot of this, not off the record or on the record or whatever, but once again, it's not that I don't think this marina needs it. I've been there. I've videotaped it. I've seen this stuff. I've actually been on the pirate ship that's down in that marina. I agree that this marina does need help. My biggest problem with this marina is that there's 2 60-foot slips, and I know I'm not wrong about it, and Clearwater just bought 2 50-foot boats that are supposed to be for the Clearwater ferry. And, me doing records requests from 4 hours away, just in the 5 years that the records that I got, this Clearwater ferry that's supposed to be parked right out back here at 14, Drew Street, that's not out here right now because I was already here. I showed up, first thing I did was walk out there and it's not there. And I'm like, well, people need to know that this company has lost $350,000 in 5 years. And I keep bringing this back to me being a chef in a kitchen. If I ever lost $350,000, not $1,000, not $2,000, $350,000 in 5 years, and then you want to give them 2 brand new boats, and then on top of it, you want to build them. Not saying the marina doesn't need it. I'm just saying to put 2 slips for 2 brand new boats that you're buying. I think actually like $6 million of this should. Even if you were to tell friggin' the Clearwater Ferry, hey, we need some compensation for whatever. Margola said, oh, we don't get into third-party stuff. Same thing with the boating or the parking lots that you friggin' got into. Well, you're directly involved with a third party. It'd be different if the marine and aviation place was the one saying, hey, we're the ones that are driving the boats. Then at least it's within Clearwater. It's going through him. But it's going through the Clearwater Ferry and what's the other one? Tropics Boat Tour. They're the same person. It's Trish and Dennis Rodriguez. They are the ones that just inherited $1 million worth of boats. They're putting 2 ferries at this $43 million marina, and this company, just in one LLC, has lost $350,000, and you're willing to give them $500,000 worth of subsidies. Like, try to make that make sense to your citizens. I can make, as a business owner, I can make it make sense. I've been fired and I've probably been sued after losing that type of money. You know, thank you.
Someone else here desire to speak to the agenda item 6.16?
Again, my name is Jeff Druant. I just want to say, you know, they say a boat is just something that, a hole in the water you throw money in. You guys are throwing the money in the water before we even have the boats. You're going to waste it on 2 ferry boats that are going to lose money because they're not going to generate enough. And not only that, but you're going to dump tons of money into a marina. It needs it, but not for that reason. So that's all I got.
Does anyone else desire to speak to agenda item 6.16? Seeing none, is there any council discussion on this item? Seeing none, is there a motion?
Make a motion to approve item 6.16.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Agenda item 6.17.
Appoint Candace Gardner to the Parks and Recreation Advisory Board with an unexpired term through May 31st, 2025. Council members, Mr. Rodriguez, who was serving on the board for many years, took an employment outside of city limits and so therefore can no longer serve on the committee. For your consideration, I have an application for Candace Gardner. She is the only applicant we have on file, and she has previously served with the city.
Okay, any discussion? Anyone here from the public desire to speak to the agenda item 6.17?
This one's going to be really short and sweet. Ms. Candace Gardner, I hope that you do your job very well, and I hope that you do very well for the Parks and Recreation Advisory Board, and I really hope that you pay attention to the amount of money that you're spending. I know that you, I think you guys got some money that I agreed with about the park signs and the lamination and the aluminum posts. That's what it's going to take, you know. Hopefully that's what she does, and good luck to her, and good luck.
Anyone else here desire to speak to agenda item 6.17? Okay, council discussion on this item. Is there a motion to approve Ms. Gardner?
Motion to approve Ms. Gardner.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Item 6.18.
Appoint 2 individuals to the North Greenwood Community Redevelopment Area Citizens Advisory Committee as follows: one with a term expiring September 30, 2025, and one with a term expiring September 30, 2026. Council members, for your consideration, we have 7 applicants. Cora Jacobson, she is a business owner. Austin Joseph is a retired firefighter, EMT. Cameron McLeish is the 360 Eats Executive Director, although does not reside within the CRA area. He does conduct business within the CRA area. Kimberly Nunn Crawford, she is the Willa Carson Health and Wellness Center Executive Director. Again, may not live, but does conduct business inside the CRA. Alan Okoba, I apologize if I mispronounced it, Customer Success Manager. He lives within the area. Kennard Robinson, business owner, also lives within the area. And Diane Stevens, a retired teacher who lives within the CRA. And by a CRA, I'm referencing the North Greenwood CRA.
Is there anyone here from the public that desires to speak with regard to agenda item 6.18?
Ms. Call, if I need to, I'll give you a call or an email tomorrow about the applications for this. But for the applications, I really hope that we all go through and really look at, see who is the best for the job. You know, I heard there was a business person, I hear there was a fire department. You know, it's always good to look at some of the accolades of somebody, but it's also good to see what they've done as whatever profession, whether it's a city attorney or a city manager, or even council people that have, you know, obviously you've worked your way up to where you've gotten today. And that's what I would hope that you would go through with this, you know, hiring process is out of the 7 people, pick the best candidate, not on their accolades, but by what they have actually done for the city.
Is anyone else here desiring to speak to agenda item 6.1? Council discussion?
So first of all, I'm so impressed that there's 7 applicants that are qualified, very diverse in their background. I was very impressed with all the information that I went through. After several conversations with various people in the community, 3 names were brought to my attention several times. It was, the first one would be Kimberly Nunn Crawford, described as easy to work with, effective, well-respected leader in the community, who's the executive director of the Willa Carson Wellness Center. The second person that was brought to my attention from the community was Mr. Robinson, founder and CEO of Empowering Creative, 6th generation of Greenwood, and from a long history of family of educators and community leaders. And the third one that actually was brought to my attention at the last minute was Cameron McLeish. So again, all well qualified. I'm very impressed with all 7. But those are the 3 names that certain people from the community brought to my attention.
Councilmember Cotton.
Yeah, so the 2 names that I saw when going through all the different applications, and that kind of stood out to me for various reasons, but one was also Kennard Robinson, especially being multi-generational within the area that's being worked on and represented, as well as, and forgive me for probably mispronouncing this, but
Alain?
there,
Yeah.
that.
Alain
LA.
Kokaba?
Yes,
It's Haitian French.
well, thank you. Perfect. Again, because Clearwater resident for over the 5 years, lives in the area. And, you know, I mean, I think you can ask anybody that, though we're Clearwater as a whole, the people that live in those areas really kind of know their neighborhoods best. So out of all the lists, and I'm too grateful that we had 7 applicants showing an interest in trying to help see their city thrive and get better. Those are the 2 names that stuck out with me. So,
Alain Kokaba?
yeah, thank you. And Mr. Kennard Robinson.
Councilmember Menino or Vice Mayor, do you have any comments?
Yeah, I too echo your sentiments. It was nice to see the long list and make it difficult on us to nominate when there's such qualified candidates on there. It's pleasing to know because we all are so interested and passionate about empowering our Greenwood community, and this is another good opportunity. I was also given a couple names. Kimberly Crawford's name was given to me because she offers a different aspect of being a business-minded person. I think that's a good asset to have in the community, as well as I was given Kennard Robinson, where being multi-generational and raised in the Greenwood community is a very valued asset, and I think that diversity of experiences and passions in the community will definitely be an asset to that board. So those are the 2 names that I had.
Vice Mayor Albritton?
Well, I'll just echo what everybody said here. It's great to see whenever you're talking about an advisory board to get so many people from wanting to serve the community. But the name that stood out to me was Robinson, and I tried to look at the, I don't know if on this particular thing would have the zip codes because they're probably all the same. So, but I would be fine to submit Crawford and Robinson.
Okay. Is there a motion?
So I make, okay, you want to do it?
I'm not going to make a motion. The only apprehension, I know that she's been recommended and does business in the city, but she lives in Holiday. So I just want to make sure that, again, I'm not opposed to her because she has been recommended within the community. But make sure that just because you have a business here, these other people have been here for years and they're residents.
So council members, just for a reminder in terms of the North Greenwood CRA, particularly with this committee, the membership, the policy is to have somebody who represents the nonprofit. So but in addition to residents or business owners, is to have a nonprofit representative.
And there we go.
So I make a motion to appoint Ms. Nunn Crawford and Mr. Robinson to the CRA, Greenwood CRA Advisory Board.
Second?
Okay, any further discussion by the council on those nominations? If not, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Thank you. Then we'll move to item 6.19.
Appoint Marilyn Turman to the North Greenwood Community Redevelopment Area Citizen Advisory Committee as the ex officio member with a term expiring September 30, 2027. Council members, part of the policy also included an individual to represent the Clearwater Urban Leadership Coalition, and this is the individual that the organization has identified as being their representative on the committee.
Okay.
Anyone here from the public desire to speak to agenda item 6.19? Seeing none, is there any council discussion? Hearing none, is there a motion?
Motion to approve agenda item 6.19.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Item 6.20.
Approve a supplement to a legal services agreement between the city and Bush Graziano Rice and Hearing PA for the legal representation in the matter of Nathaniel Brooks versus City of Clearwater and Joseph Rosetto's civil action number 821 CV 02967 SDM TGW, and authorize the appropriate officials to execute same.
Mayor, thank you. This is my item for the city attorney's office. Because it is active litigation, I'm not going to say too much here on the dais. The council is well aware, as I've discussed it with each of you individually, other than just to make a couple brief comments in general terms. Number one, getting sued is par for the course in the government. That's just what happens, unfortunately, when you represent government employers. The events alleged here in this lawsuit were many years ago, but it is something that we are defending through outside counsel. Mr. Rosetto, for those who do not know, was the former HR director prior to Jennifer. He was originally named in the lawsuit, and because he was sued in his capacity relating to city business, he is generally and was entitled to representation at city expense. That's something that is standard in Florida, nothing unusual or nothing unique to Clearwater, but we did have to represent him earlier in the case, and so there were some costs that were incurred as a result of this. One other comment I'll make is that when we're defending lawsuits, we have to make a judgment call as to whether to insource those cases or outsource those cases. The majority of our cases are defended in-house because it's less expensive than hiring outside counsel, I'm sure, as the mayor is well aware. However, in certain cases, we have to outsource either because of ethics reasons, because of workload reasons, because of specialized knowledge, et cetera. This is one of those cases. The city attorney's office has had the same number of attorneys since 2003. The city has grown a little bit since 2003, and these types of cases are appropriate for outsourcing. But this is something I keep an eye on because we could reach a point as a city, and we may in fact be there already, where it would be more cost effective to actually add in-house legal staff as opposed to outsourcing. But that's not a trigger I want to pull quickly with the council, but it is something I keep an eye on. Just wanted the council to be aware of that. That's all.
Does anyone here from the public desire to speak to agenda item 6.20?
I'm Mr. Haluba, and I agree, the city is going to get sued from time to time. But I've been coming to these meetings and standing here for probably 8 years running, and this is a recurring theme. Anytime the city gets sued, it would appear, for any reason,
there has to be outside counsel hired. Outside counsel. To me, that indicates some deficiency in the in-house counsel. If we just outsource all of these things as they come along, like an individual would do we really need a legal department at all? I don't believe we do. But again, yes, there's gonna be lawsuits, but I think it's a black mark against the city legal department that they can't handle these things. If there's a lawsuit happens, there's an entire group of attorneys that the city pays on a daily basis, and every time something a little bit unusual comes up, other than writing a 6-page, memo, there's a request for outside counsel. I don't understand it. It's ridiculous. Just get rid of the legal department and hire an outside attorney when these things come up.
Anyone else who desire to speak to agenda item 6.20?
I'm not going to speak too long. My name's Mike. Just like Mr. Haluba said, from time to time, the city does get sued. And then in the next item that we're going to be talking about, hopefully we really look at it so that it doesn't go down that route. And, this country wasn't based off lawsuits. It was based off the oath. Everybody, just about everybody, has signed an oath or sworn an oath. And as long as we follow those guidelines of the oath, like the thing that's sitting right underneath friggin' Stiff over here is his head, the Constitution, if you follow those, lawsuits usually don't happen. So that's all I have to say.
Anybody else here desire to speak to agenda item 6.20? Seeing none, any council discussion? Seeing none, is there a motion?
Make a motion to approve item 6.20.
Is there a second?
Second, sorry. Out of sequence.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. We're good without taking a break. We've been here for 2 hours.
Do you want a break?
Oh, no, I'm
Anybody up here need a break? Okay, we'll move on then. Agenda item 6.21, update council rules and adopt resolution against this city attorney.
Thank you, Mayor. 6.21 is my item. As the council is aware, at the last meeting, I was directed to make updates to council rules relating to the section of the meeting pertaining to citizens to be heard. That is attached to the agenda item, or at least the draft thereof. And I'm going to make a couple of general comments and then present council with the options that are available to you today. So first, as a general comment, a council meeting is a special type of location for First Amendment purposes called a limited public forum. A limited public forum is one that has characteristics of both government activity, but also certain business activity that needs to take place. It is somewhere between the informality and freedom of, say, a public park or a public sidewalk versus the formality of a courtroom. In a courtroom, I think anyone who feels that they have a strong right to free speech will quickly be corrected. In federal court, I would challenge a person to do that and find how quickly the U.S. Marshals are prepared to accept it. As a spoiler alert, they are not. So this environment as a limited public forum applies to city council meetings, school board meetings, county commission meetings, just government meetings in general, where on one hand there needs to be robust discussion, including praise, critique, questions, etc., but it is not a free-for-all the way that it might be on social media, the way that it might be on public sidewalks, public parks, etc., because the council has convened the meeting for a limited purpose. That's why it's called a limited public forum. In a limited public forum, the council has the ability to implement rules of decorum, rules of procedure in order to facilitate an orderly meeting. For example, the council gets to decide what are the purposes for which you are convened, what are the topics on which you are prepared to listen to comment or questions, and whom are you willing to hear from. What you cannot do, however, is engage in viewpoint discrimination. It is okay for the council, under First Amendment law as it stands today, to implement, for example, a bona fide residency requirement, which is what we discussed at the last meeting. So if the council wants to say that the purpose of city business is to hear from city stakeholders, you have the right to do that. What you would not be able to do is pick and choose favored or disfavored viewpoints. So it would not be okay, for example, to say that we would only accept comments that are complimentary while stifling criticism. That certainly is not how the government gets to operate in any context, not even in a public forum. So those are just general remarks. Case law on this has evolved quite a bit over the years that I've been practicing, and just in the decades before. This is a topic that I keep up with pretty regularly, and in fact, interestingly enough, the Florida Municipal Attorneys Association is having its annual conference next week, and one of the topics on there for discussion is First Amendment issues at council meetings. So obviously a topic that's not unique to Clearwater, something that comes up in a lot of different contexts. So let's talk about the different options that are available to the council. Again, keeping in mind what's not available is any sort of viewpoint favoritism in terms of someone's opinion or perspective receiving favored or disfavored treatment. Option number one is simply the status quo. So if the council has reviewed the draft and would like to keep the status quo without making any changes, then council could do that. Procedurally, the way to accomplish that would be a motion to postpone the item indefinitely. If that motion is made, like any other motion, it would require a second, and if it gets seconded, then it could be voted upon. So again, option number one is what I will call the status quo option. Option number two is to adopt the rule that's been drafted or something very similar to it. There's a couple little scrivener's errors that I would need to correct, but nothing substantive in the attachment. If the council is comfortable with the rule that's been drafted based on last council meeting's conversation, then a motion could be made today to adopt the rule as drafted. Like any other motion, it would have to be seconded, and if it is seconded, it will be voted upon, and it passes if it receives at least 3 votes. One comment I want to make on option number two, as far as the rule that's been drafted. I have done my best to draft it in accordance with the direction that I received at the last meeting. However, there is a feature of the rule that I do think deserves some additional discussion or special consideration. In conversations with the clerk, it is challenging to manage, and I don't want to speak for her, but we'll defer to her momentarily. I believe it is challenging to manage the process in the moment of ascertaining who is a local stakeholder. And that is particularly true because the rule as drafted has a variety of eligibility criteria and a variety of ways that someone could prove that they are a local stakeholder. In conversations with the clerk, it does not seem to me that that is going to be something feasible for her to manage in the moment of a council meeting, and therefore she has asked that the rule include 24 hours advance notice for pre-registration. So that is in the rule currently, meaning in the current draft of the rule. If there is a motion to approve the rule today, that will be part of it. I think I should pause there and probably defer to the clerk to share her thoughts on that, as well as any software limitations that she may encounter.
So I have been able to confirm with Granicus, so that is the platform we use for e-comments. In that same process, you can register to speak, and we can't limit it just as it's proposed, 24. And the individuals are allowed to actually attach the documents that the attorney has identified that will prove what type of stakeholder they are. So it would make it a lot easier if we have that limitation, so then that way I know ahead of time who has registered, and then that way I can confirm and review that all the proper documentation has been submitted if that is council's choosing.
So the way that I drafted the rule is a combination of the feedback that council just heard from the clerk and the feedback that received at the last meeting. So again, that's the second option, would be to approve the rule more or less as drafted. The third option here is to direct me to draft a different rule altogether. So as I said at the beginning, this is a limited public forum at which the council can choose the purposes for which you are convened. And if the council so chooses, you do have the ability to designate council meetings solely for agended items. In other words, if the council wants to take this time to discuss agended items only and to focus on the business meeting only rather than the portion of the meeting that I describe as open mic night or open mic afternoon, the council does have the ability to do that. Again, the city cannot pick and choose among viewpoints, but you can pick and choose among topics, and particularly distinguishing topics that are on the agenda versus things that are not on the agenda and presumably are unrelated to the purposes for which you are here is a proper, valid constitutional distinction, as long as people are allowed to comment on the agended items, which is both a statutory right in Florida as well as, in most cases, a Florida constitutional right. So that's the third item, is to draft a different rule, or third option, it would be to draft a different rule. What would that rule look like? It would probably be, although it's in council's discretion, one that deletes the section of the meeting that deals with non-agended items. So in other words, the council meeting, if that rule is revised, would focus solely on agenda items. Your time would be devoted solely to agenda items, and there would no longer be a section of the meeting dealing with stuff that is not before the council and not on the agenda. So that's the third option. If the council directs that, however, that's not anything I've currently drafted. So I would need the council to give me that direction today. I would bring that back at the next meeting, which would be the July 29th work session. Again, there is nothing drafted currently to do that because I haven't gotten that direction from the council. So that's the third option. And then the final option would be to make a temporary motion today. A temporary motion will be one that either suspends, pauses, or makes any other temporary change in the rules. A temporary motion is one that could be made verbally from the dais. It does not require us to reconvene necessarily. Any member of the council, other than the mayor, could make that motion literally from the dais. The clerk, if that motion were to pass, would put it in the minutes. Just like we discussed earlier in the meeting, there was a motion to change the time of the council meeting. The motion has been made previously to change the date of a council meeting. Those are all motions to either suspend an existing rule or motions to deviate from an existing rule, but they do not make a permanent change. So a temporary motion could be made verbally without waiting for me or directing me to come back with a permanent change. If a council member does want to make a temporary change in the rule, either to just see how things go, or because there's changes you'd like to make effective today, as opposed to changes that would either require me to come back at the next council meeting, or as opposed to the changes that are currently attached to the agenda, again, any council member other than the mayor could make that motion. The couple things I would caution you about in terms of temporary motions, however. First, whoever makes that motion, if anyone, will need to specify the duration of time where that new rule or pause rule or temporary rule will be in effect. So, for example, motion could be made to amend Rule 6 temporarily, or motion could be made to temporarily pause this section of the meeting for X amount of time. But you will have to specify that so that the clerk knows how long that's going to be in effect. The second point I want to make on temporary motions is that even though they can be made from the dais and even though they can be approved verbally, nevertheless, a temporary motion is a departure from our existing rules. It's not a permanent change, and because it is a temporary departure, there is a higher threshold for passage than normal. A normal rule can be approved with at least 3 affirmative votes. However, a departure from or temporary suspension of any council rule does require at least a 2/3 supermajority, which means in this context with 5 council members, there must be at least 4 council members who would support a temporary change, whatever that temporary change is that you have in mind. So again, just to very briefly recap, your 4 options. Option number 1 is status quo, is a motion to postpone the matter indefinitely. Option number 2 is a motion to approve the rule that's been drafted. Again, keeping in mind that it does have the pre-registration requirement as requested by the clerk. Option number 3 is to direct me to draft a different version of the rule, such as one that would focus entirely on the business meeting and have no section relating to things that have nothing to do with the business for which council is convened. And then finally is the option to make a temporary motion verbally from the dais to either make whatever change you deem appropriate temporarily, as long as the time period is specified during which that temporary rule will be in effect. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
This time, I think we'll take public comment. So is there anyone here from the public that desires to speak to agenda item 6.21?
I'm Mr. Haluba. Wow, Mr. Margulies, that was an awful lot. But thank you for noticing that we are not in federal court. We're invitees to this mess. And the purpose of free speech is to nurture the mind, it's to communicate ideas, it's to challenge ideologies, it's to share notions, it's to inspire creativity. Free speech is an advocate that reinforces America's basic founding principles. Free speech is a major contributor to a vigorous, productive, healthy, and happy citizen. Free speech and freedom of the press have a responsibility to expose official acts aimed at squelching free speech and communications. That's why I'm standing here right now. Rule 15 and Resolution 2410 are nothing but official suppression of free speech. Rule 15 and 2410, therefore, should be abandoned and abolished. We've seen, if you look at the PDF, Mr. Margulies wrote a 6-page document on something that probably could have been done in 2 sentences. He's really good at that. But all of you should be ashamed if this passes. And that is ashamed for undermining America's founding principles and the First Amendment.
Next speaker regarding agenda item 6.2.
Mayor Rectum. I know I'm probably wasting my breath here because I've been to about 20 of these meetings, and it seems like you all collude ahead of time because every vote's unanimous. I don't understand how 5 people can be unanimous on every single vote. That's ridiculous. You said you didn't understand why we don't want to give our name to do this thing. It's called the Fourth Amendment, Mayor. We have the right to privacy under the Fourth Amendment. And if we give our that's funny to you, the Fourth Amendment? That's hilarious?
You don't have, if you're going to speak.
We lose our rights. Is that what you're saying?
You don't have a constitutional right to do it anonymously.
Says who?
Just go ahead, continue.
The Fourth Amendment says we have the right to privacy. Florida Statute 901.151 says that only time we have to ID ourselves is if we're suspected of a crime. What crime am I suspected of that I have to surrender my right to privacy to you? Talk about respect. Show the Constitution some respect. The guy sitting under the Constitution arrested a man for saying he gets under the thin skin of the mayor. So it's not funny to us. This is not a show. This is what we do. We're activists. And you're a traitor. So that's why we want to keep ourselves private. We don't want retaliation by government parasites who have a monopoly on violence. The whole reason we're here is because your police department falsely imprisoned Michael Taylor on the beach, and when he came here to speak to you, the police chief assaulted him in these chambers. Is this funny?
Well, I've asked you to act civilly, and most
Well,
of you have done
now
that.
you also, excuse me, sir, this is my time.
You're violating the rules.
I am not violating any rules.
I'm asking you to bring it down.
This
a little
is
bit.
my voice, sir.
I'm asking you not to disrupt. the
This
meeting.
is my voice, sir. I'm speaking. Stop interrupting me and add some time on for interrupting me. You talk about safety. You're worried about what happened to Trump. You're standing on the dead bodies of the Trump incident to restrict free speech in the council chambers. It's good. And then you bring up the comfortability of other people. What law is comfortability? Also, I don't know why you have three options, but free speech isn't one of them. He even actually said, get rid of the whole free speech part. You guys just want to do what you want to do with the taxpayers' money that's taken under threat and duress and spend it however you please. Now, one time has someone come up here and dissuaded you from voting unanimously. You guys colluded with each other ahead of time, and no matter what anybody says up here, you do what you want. You're not respectful. At your age, Mayor, you should know the Bill of Rights. If you graduated law school, you should know you have the right to privacy, and you don't have to surrender it to have free speech in this country. That contradicts. You don't understand the Bill of Rights, Mayor, honestly? You don't understand the Bill of Rights? You're not laughing anymore. Isn't that funny? The Bill of Rights is hilarious. That's right there, buddy.
Your time's up.
Yeah. How's my time up? I got 25 seconds. Now you want to restrict my speech. You are a tyrant. You are restricting the speech. You're writing more rules to restrict the speech. We're not going away. Your legacy is going to be you're the mayor who passed a rule to violate people's free speech because you don't like being talked the way you deserve to be talked. Respect is earned.
Next speaker on this agenda item.
Hi, I'm Tony Tello. I'm 520, 522, and 528 Cleveland Street. I'm first an American citizen. I love this country. It's gave my family and everyone I know everything they've ever had. So I sit here and I must say this, and I say this to everyone who comes up and speaks. An articulate man is a dangerous man. It's always going to be like that. So I ask anyone who comes up and speak to treat any of our representatives, because we are a republic. If we say that we understand our Constitution and we understand our rights, remember that we are a republic. These are elected officials that we voted for. And if we do not do our due diligence and elect people that we seem fit and deem fit, then we are failing as American citizens. To complain about our rights and not do our civil duty of electing these officials, that is our error and our fallacy. We do not blame others for our actions, and if you do we want your rights, you will stand for them. You will tell them where you are found, like I do right here at 520, where any of you gentlemen have spoke to me prior. I've spoke with half of these gentlemen, so they've come to my restaurant and spoken to me. So I need them to understand that our city officials are elected officials that represent us. If you deem it unfit for them, if you see their opinions to not coincide with the citizens, then it is our right as citizens to stand up for it. But we must do it with class and dignity and be reminded these are people as well as citizens of our community. I've seen every single part of you guys be part of the downtown development. I've seen people live and breathe downtown Clearwater. And to see that diminished by people that choose to make our city and our government a circus will only lead to violence like we've seen 2 or 3 days ago with our president. And that is not what I want to see. I do not want to see our elected officials having to be paraded out in trucks because they feel unsafe, for not only for themselves, but for their families. Me having my daughter, I see myself and have empathy for everyone else. That includes both sides of the spectrum. Being a libertarian myself, I have no party ties. I just hope to maintain true to the Constitution. That's why, even though how ridiculous sometimes these things might seem, I think one of the most important principles is our free speech. And it's our responsibility as citizens to be able to present that in an educated as well as polite manner to get our point across. I condemn any behavior through which anyone threatens our elected representatives. We are a republic. We are not a democracy. We must remember that. So these are elected officials. Treat them with respect because we elected them. Thank you again for all your service, and I will continue to speak out in the best ability that I can. Thank you, guys.
Next speaker on agenda item 6.2.
Jeff Druant. Again, I've never been to a city council meeting in my life till tonight. I felt compelled to come up here because of the way that I've seen the city council, not only you, Mayor before you, treat the public.
These meetings are public meetings. These meetings are not Clearwater resident meetings. If somebody has something to say to you, they come here to your meeting to tell you, to let you know something's going on. So you know it's going on. But if they can't come in here, just because they don't live in the city, that seems a little socialist to me. Last thing I knew, this wasn't communist Russia. We're all allowed to speak how we feel. It doesn't matter if you like it. It doesn't matter if it hurts your feelings. Speech is speech. I understand you can't yell fire in a theater. It creates panic. But nothing anybody has ever said to you that I've seen has caused panic. So there should be no reason why anybody is not allowed to come up here and speak at this podium. And if you all want to put something in your little bylaws or rules saying that you have to be a Clearwater resident, my address is open for roommates. If you don't live in the city of Clearwater, come see me. And they will all come in here and speak. And I'll stand at the door and ask them. They will come in here and tell you how they feel. That's their right. I noticed you didn't laugh or joke or anything when these people were asking you for hundreds of thousands of dollars. Not only that, but millions. And then all of you unanimous. Every one of you. There wasn't even a question to any of these people. And then when we brought up things, there was nothing from them about it, no questions from you about it. I just think you guys need to think about this a little bit better. Thank you.
Let's speak with regard to agenda item 6.2.
Hi, I'm Blaine Enderly. So let me get this straight. I'm elderly, I'm retired, and you want me to attach documents to prove who I am before I can speak 24 hours from when I do this. What planet are you on? Really? These PDFs are pretty tough for me to print. But now I'm finding out the city will do it for me. Last time it cost me $23 for all those PDFs. That was from the police department. So I hope it's free. But most of the time when I come in here, I don't ever know if I'm going to speak. On what? I don't have a clue. And you want to take that away from me? I don't think so.
Let's speak with regard to agenda item 6.2.
All right. I'm going to be extremely nice. Mr. Stiff, Rector, interrupted that gentleman right there. That was a break of the rules of decorum. Can we please
Mr.
remove
Taylor,
this?
the rules are.
There's number 2. That's a second warning.
Okay, look, I'm chairing the meeting. And you're out of order unless you're addressing me. So please, you've done so well.
I'm
Just,
trying to.
it's very easy, just fine.
Let him speak when it's turn. Let him speak.
Continue. Yeah. Just address me and the
I'm
council.
addressing this stuff, man. You're literally rewriting these rules of decorum of not interrupting people and not saying this and not doing that. And oh, you're not from here. You know, I spoke to C.J. Grisham. He's a lawyer out of Texas. I've spoke to him. I have more faith in a lawyer from Texas than I do with this lawyer here. And he can say whatever he wants to say, just like he was saying, oh, you can either get rid of it in its whole, but the thing about it is that it's being done in a malicious intent. You can't just restrict people's free speech under malicious intent. That was what y'all's words were. I come in here and I've never threatened a single person. I've never threatened Albert, I've never threatened any one of you. Sure, I get it. I have guns. We know I have guns. You know I have a vest. You know I open carry. But I've never threatened anybody. That is not who I am. In my 20s, dude, that might have been a whole nother story. We'd be bare knuckling it. It wouldn't even matter. It wouldn't have been a question. In my 20s, but I'm 45 years old. My birthday's in 6 days. So if you want to wish me a happy birthday at the end of the meeting, you're more than welcome. If not, you can vote unanimous on it. But the core principle is right there underneath his head. That Constitution, my parents fought for. My grandfather died for. His great-grandfather lost his leg for. That's what that means to me. My family, the only reason I didn't get into the Marines is because I friggin' failed a drug test. And I'm sorry that I smoked weed, but I was trying to get away from it. So be it. But I was trying to get my life together. I was trying to get away from this and get into something that gave me structure. Unfortunately, it didn't work out for me. But I found my true calling was by what? Using my voice, expressing my rights, teaching people how to speak for themselves. And the people that can't speak for themselves, where are all these people that don't want me here? Where are they? You would think today, of all days, these people will be standing up saying, yes, we do not like the guy from friggin' 4 hours away that lives in Port St. Lucie, that has to drive his wife and daughter over here so that they can go play in the library and go play at the park at Coachman Park, and then we're going to go over here to get pizza. I'll do it from 4 hours away. It doesn't bother me.
Let's speak with regard to agenda item 6.2.
Oh man, I forgot. I was just supposed to get more time. We'll do that. We'll do it another day. My bad. My fault.
Patricia Kirby, 1111 Spencer Avenue. I didn't know I was going to be speaking on this today, but I'm concerned, maybe I misunderstood, but I'm hearing that you're taking away public comment from the meetings, and that deeply concerns me, even if it's for residents. Is that correct? Maybe I misunderstood. I'm a little sleep deprived. I've been taking care of 2 litters of foster kittens from a hoarding situation, so low on sleep. I do want to speak. I really believe that public comment is important. It's an opportunity for the citizens to let you know what they think without it being an email. It's an opportunity for us to share how we feel on a very personal level, like one-to-one. I don't agree with being rude. I don't agree with people arguing and fighting. I think it can be done with decorum. I think that he is showing at least that he's learning, so that's a good thing. I don't agree with carrying weapons on the beach or anything like that. I just don't think it's a good place for it. But I do believe that opportunity for people even to come in from out of the area and share an opinion is a First Amendment right. It's just freedom of speech. It really, even if I don't agree with what they're doing, I agree with their right to speak that opinion. As someone who is descended from signers of the Magna Carta, I'm a daughter of the American Revolution. I am a daughter of the Confederacy. My relatives were in the Boston Tea Party. My relatives were on the Mayflower. I have relatives in the United States government. I am related to several United States presidents. I sincerely believe in the right for public comment and citizens to be able to be heard by members of our government. It's important. And I would ask you, please, to continue to allow citizens to be able to speak at these meetings. It reflects upon you and your ability to be good listeners and to be public servants, that you take in the public comment on a regular basis and allow us to see you face to face instead of it just being an email. And I did actually call your office to try to make a meeting with you, and your assistant at that time said she didn't know anything about the Duke tree issue, and she said, we'll get back to you, and she hung up on me, and of course I never heard anything again. So for me, this is my opportunity to speak out on these issues to you. Thank you.
Anyone else with respect to agenda item 6.21?
Hello, my name is Brian Beckman. Hello, council. Hello, city manager and city staff. I want to start by saying that I have a certain level of understanding of what you might feel when faced with a difficult speaker. As you know, my wife was a council member, faced with similar situations you face. Although many times feedback from the public can be thoughtful and supportive, at other times the feedback can be negative, loud, and feel personal. Unfortunately, the negative feedback would go beyond council meetings, including threats via mail and phone. So I have a certain amount of understanding how you might feel. But I would ask that you not take steps to make it more difficult for residents of this city to come speak before you. Many of us know from personal experience that emails to you collectively sometimes aren't returned for what might be legitimate reasons. So a council meeting is many times seen as the place and time to come before you, to speak to you, to ensure that you see them personally and that you feel like others might hear your story and might feel represented, even if it might seem like a minority opinion, but to be heard. Defining parameters for conduct is one thing, but creating additional procedures that require advance notice for residents to speak puts an unnecessary step and burden on residents. As we know very well from other experiences, like voting, for instance, putting up additional obstacles reduces participation. And I would expect and hope that you would not want that outcome. Please don't create rules that become some of the most restrictive in the county. Instead, please take a balanced approach. Please think about ways to create a culture of participation and respectful feedback. You all have that ability to lead in that way. Thank you.
Anyone else here to speak on agenda item 6.2? Mr. Johnson?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I'll try to speak up this time. I'm still Bill Johnson. In 2014, the Urban Land Institute noted that Clearwater was a divided city with deep and enduring tensions. Many of us, and you, have worked hard to resolve those tensions. For example, I specifically salute our mayor for attending, speaking, and staying through the end of the recent Clearwater NAACP Freedom Dinner at Ruth Eckerd Hall. Thank you. It's important to reach out to as many parts of the community as possible. Yet we still have unresolved opportunities internally within Clearwater. The challenge is to create as many opportunities for respectful discussions and local public input as possible. And we look for open public discussions amongst our council members here on the dais, as you did during your strategic planning workshop. It is important to focus first on local issues and not personalities. Within the resolution, I propose a couple of minor modifications if you were to go that direction. I suggest the 24-hour notice period for public comment would be replaced or reduced, if for no other point, to 5 p.m. the day before the meeting, in a similar manner as the e-comment section of the agenda granted process allows for public comments to be submitted through to you. I also suggest that prior residential certification recognize today's current residential recognition. For instance, that used by the city's parking discount fee program. Once residential certification is achieved, it should be recognized for the following council meetings and for the entire year, rather than having to resubmit each time. And I think that would be a better process. And finally, I think you should fix the 2 Scrivener errors before you adopt the resolution. I provided a copy of the corrections that I saw to the city attorney, and I can provide that to the rest of the community board as well.
Anyone else here desire to speak to agenda item 6.21?
Yeah, it's still afternoon. Good afternoon, Mayor Rector, council members, Ms. Poirier, Mr. Margolis. I guess I'm the other side of the coin, to put it blankly. Bill Janssen just took all my points. I was going to make mention that in reading through the document, I noticed the pre-registration, a timeline, and then to me, a question about whether that referred to the general items on the agenda or just to the public comment that was later on that was not referenced in there. And so my point was to be also with regards to this pre-registration, that you, if you have it, that once in the system, you're in the system. You shouldn't have to come back every meeting and re-register again and hopefully save our clerk a substantial amount of time and energy in that process. The second thing was whether or not that pre-registration is specific to the agenda, the specific agenda items, or only to the comment, public comment at the end. And so that I would bring back to you. The third item that I had was the adoption. If it was in fact adopted today, it says would be adopted immediately. But I would presume that would be after the end of this meeting, so as not to short circuit any conversation during the course of this meeting period, the open comment period. If I may, with regards to people's freedom of speech, to me, this meeting is clearly a City of Clearwater governmental meeting seeking to provide knowledge to the public of the functions that are being put forward for amendments, for adoptions, for approvals, for rights. We may not agree on each of those elements that are put forward. And sometimes it would be nice to have a little bit more detail behind them. But setting up rules and guidelines for how these meetings, a city meeting, should be operated is not an infringement on anybody's rights of free speech. And people who don't understand that are the ones who laugh about it. All right? So I can only say that in the truest sensation of my heart of what I believe I see going on. There's always frequent conversation of how the general public has to come together. Well, they have to. And that means they have to put their hatreds aside. And with that, I will say no more. Thank you.
Anyone else here desire to speak to agenda item 6.21? Okay, seeing none, council discussion.
All right, I'll open the conversation. First, let me acknowledge that I recognize the essence of a free society is one that permits members of the public to have the ability to use their voice, including being critical of the government and us as a council. If there's a bedrock principle underlying the First Amendment, it's that a government may not prohibit the expression of an idea or discriminate against speech based on its content, its viewpoint, or simply find the expression disagreeable. Let me be clear that this council is not interested in silencing speakers, whether you're from here or not, simply because you offer a disfavored viewpoint or are critical of the city of Clearwater or your elected officials. We've unfortunately, as a city, been forced to face challenges associated with identifying and protecting the boundary where free speech becomes excessively disruptive, and to safeguard the rights of our residents to participate in the political and civic process free from intimidation and harassment. Sadly, I think we all would agree that sadly, the escalation of disruptive and obstructive behavior has created an atmosphere of hostility within this city hall, where many of our residents are fearful to attend and to participate in their local government. Outside of these walls is what many of you are not seeing, are not reading, and are not hearing. Our staff, your city council, has continually been threatened with harm, rape, and even death, as online videos continue to incite violence and urge followers to act hostile to conventional moral standards.
Sir, hey, I've given you a warning. Okay, this is the last time.
Who are you talking to?
You're out. You're
I
out.
haven't said a word.
You're out of order. You've repeatedly commented on this.
I haven't said a word.
This is your last warning.
These two just spoke and you're talking.
Okay, well, this is your last warning to all of you, okay?
I'll give you one last warning.
Don't disrupt.
This is your last warning too.
Don't disrupt the meeting.
Don't disrupt the meeting, sir.
You're out of order. I'm gonna recess for 5 minutes. reconvene the meeting of the Clearwater City Council. And Councilmember Marina, you were speaking at the time we were recessed.
I think I'll start all over. No, I'm just kidding. Totally kidding. God, I was just kidding. So sadly, the escalation of disruptive and obstructive behavior, as we've all unfortunately witnessed this evening and multiple council meetings prior, has created an atmosphere of hostility within these walls of City Hall, which is very unfortunate. And where many of our residents are fearful to attend and participate in their local government, several speakers identified, why is nobody else in the city coming up to speak to these agenda items? And the truth is, because many are fearful. They're fearful of being intimidated, they're fearful of being harassed, so they do not, and that's why they're not here. Outside of these city walls is what many of you aren't hearing, seeing, or reading of what's taking place to staff and council as we're continually being threatened with harm, rape, even death, as online videos continue to incite violence and urge followers to act hostile to conventional moral standards. I believe this council plays a key role in establishing our community's climate of respect for all people, and at the same time, we have an obligation to protect our staff, our employees, the city council, and the sanctity of our city. I believe this council's decision also must apply any new amendments or new decorum rules even-handedly without a singular focus on an individual, a group, or ideals. With that said, in an effort to lower the climate and the hostility that we're unfortunately witnessing here in City Hall, I would be supportive to my fellow councils, this is to you, of temporarily suspending the aspects of Rule 6 pertaining to citizens to be heard for a term of 3 to 4 months. We can discuss that if you want. And I would also be open-minded to comments and thoughts that you had as a council on even adopting the rule as stated that the city attorney read for us. So that's kind of where I leave it. I do want to identify that if we do go those routes and we find ways to make these changes, I think it's on us to be vigilant and work even harder outside of this City Hall to ensure that we're listening to our valued voices of our community, our citizens, and our neighborhoods, and whether we find ways to get out in front of them more, I think it's very important that we do so.
Councilmember Teixeira.
Very well said, Councilmember Menino. And I can attest to everything you said. We have received threats, continuous, consistently, disturbing threats. And especially in light of what happened nationally on Saturday, there is this atmosphere of danger lurking. Just have to open up my email, listen to my voicemail. And then in light of what happened with national events, there is an environment where people don't feel safe anymore, whether they want to express their views or they're not. And I have received various communications from other people who are not here today, that normally are, because they feel unsafe. So this is a very difficult topic, even going over the logistics of this rule and going through all the processes, it's difficult. So I am also in support of a temporary pause, anywhere between 4 to 6 months, and just take a breather so that everything just calms down, because I want people to be able to say what they want to say, but do it safely, and I don't think I feel safe.
Councilmember Cook.
Oh, wait, please.
Vice Mayor.
Okay, so I've been up here the longest. I've been up here for 6 years. When I was first elected, we were in the old City Hall, and we'd have people come up during Citizens to be Heard on items that weren't on the agenda that had complaints. Some of them were a little bit forthright than others, more forceful than others, but never had the timbre of the conversation that happens now. And look, I'm a big supporter of the First and Second Amendments, the whole Bill of Rights. But, you know, I got elected to do a job here. I'm up here to do a job, and that's city business. I'm not up here to monetize somebody's website. And I said that before to, and, you know, then I got a real nasty thing on the website saying sticks and stones will break my bones, but hollow points expand on impact. Yeah, it's funny to you, but you didn't have that on a website on your, against you. So, I had a police car parked out in front of my house for about a week and a half.
Lucky you, we don't get that.
Because they thought maybe it was a threat, and I told them to go home. I thought it was just, that was just a crazy thing. So I'm up here trying to explain to you what my feelings are. You come and explain what your feelings are, and I understand. But the job here that we're to do, our 5 council members here, is to take care of business of the city. And I tell you the truth, I don't want to take away citizens to be heard on items not on the agenda, because those are people that come up. I want them to be free to come up, not have to pre-register. I think that is just exactly what was said. It's another step, and most people don't like steps. They ought to feel free to come in and say what their complaint is in our community. So I guess what I'm saying is that I would be okay for temporarily putting this off and, you know, give us time to all cool down a little bit. You don't have to yell and scream. You don't have to have the nasty T-shirts. I mean, you don't have to do that. I don't know why you want to do that. You can come in and you can talk whatever you have. You don't disagree. If you disagree with us, we're here to listen to you. And I've changed my mind a lot when I've heard people talk. Like Beckman came up and I kind of agree with what he said. It's putting another step in front of a citizen that wants to come in and be heard, and I don't want to do that. I think that everybody should be free to come up and talk, but I just don't like the nonsense stuff. People coming up and talking about things that have nothing to do with city business, but I guess that's your right. During the 3 minutes, you can talk about your hemorrhoids if you want, you know, when we'll listen. And I've had people do that. Not many, maybe one. But now I'm hearing a lot of different things that I don't like lately. In the last 6 months to a year, it's been difficult because it's been very, a sense of danger and nastiness that I really don't like. But I'm okay for putting this off, so that's kind of where I stand.
Councilmember Cudden.
Thank you, sir. So I have a question first, and anybody, maybe staff, can answer this. With all the cities and municipalities within Pinellas County, do other municipalities have citizens to be heard, or a portion where they don't have it? Do we know?
You mean citizens to be heard on items not on the agenda?
Correct, not on the
Okay, just
agenda.
to be
Is that,
specific.
like, with certain, are there certain cities that we know of that don't have that?
Does anybody know?
I don't have an inventory of the 400 cities. I can certainly say that different cities have it and call it different things with different rules in place. So I call it colloquially open mic night, but that's just me being funny, you know, in vernacular. A lot of cities refer to it as open forum. You know, we call it citizens to be heard. I really don't like our description of it, to be perfectly candid. The problem with calling it citizens to be heard is that blurs the line between items that are on the agenda versus not on the agenda. And it implies that if the council were to temporarily pause or suspend the rule relating to citizens to be heard, that it has some impact on the agenda items, which is false. That should not be and cannot be the motion, because in Florida, there is a statutory right for citizens to actually be heard on agenda items. Just by way of very quick background, up until 2013, it was fairly common in Florida for a lot of cities to actually not allow citizen comments, even on agended items. And so the legislature changed that in 2013. So since 2013, there has been a statutory right in Florida to have citizen comments on all agenda items. And Clearwater has had it in place long before that. So that's kind of comment there. If I could just say a couple other things briefly. So number one, aside from the agenda versus non-agenda distinction, I have heard a couple comments from the Vice Mayor and also from Mr. Michalik on the pre-registration. Mr. Enderle, I know, also commented on that. So, I mean, I'll defer to the clerk as far as the mechanics of it, but I will say that the rule as drafted only applies to pre-registration for items not on the agenda. So in other words, if someone shows up spontaneously to speak on an agenda item, they would still be able to do that even if they had not pre-registered. Again, that's the rule as it's currently drafted as attached to the agenda item. The other question that came up is when the new rules go into effect, and that is an important question because it's up to council to decide what motion you'd like to make today, if any. So because it is council's meeting, council gets to choose. If you make a motion to temporarily pause the citizens to be heard for items not on the agenda, it should be specified one way or the other whether that's something that you would like to go into effect for today's meeting or whether you'd like it to go into effect at the next meeting. If, on the other hand, we are talking about the rule that I have drafted, which is a permanent rule, that would not go into effect until the next meeting because it is a resolution, has to be signed by everyone, and until it's formally signed by the mayor and the city manager, it does not go into effect as a permanent rule. So I think that is an important question. I'm glad that question was asked because the council needs to understand it's your meeting, and so you get to decide more or less when new rules go into effect, when temporary rules go into effect, et cetera.
So thank you for that. To continue down this, my thoughts. Honestly, we're going to do nothing because I do believe in the Constitution and freedom of speech, and for anybody to come up here like Ms. Kirby and tell me about trees, and for Mr. Haluba to come and tell me about the police department, and for Rudy to come up and tell me about Clearwater Point. There are citizens, though, where those comments are important, right? And I take those notes. I ask the city manager about it. I ask the city attorney about those things. I've never once asked them about Michael Taylor coming in here from Port St. Lucie, right? Because I know at the end of the day, he's monetizing this meeting. He's told us right from this stand, I'm going to come back and I'm going to make a mockery of the city of Clearwater, right? I have very thick skin. I'm a Second Amendment, speak your mind type of a person. So I empathize with you guys, but I also empathize with those people that are not me. And I put my feet in their shoes, and I can understand and empathize with them being scared, not wanting to come speak because they're being filmed, even though you have the right to film in public, because they see somebody with a plate carrier and magazines attached to them, whether there's no weapon, right? So I empathize with those different types of feelings. You guys really put us in a rock and a hard place. And by you guys, it's the ones that are the First Amendment auditors, which I think that, honestly, there's some really good ones out there. Long Island Audit, it's got some good stuff, right? Then there's other people that come and just try and disturb and get a rise so they can either catch a lawsuit or hope to get enough clicks to start getting the ads, start getting that extra paycheck. And then you guys put us in situations like this to where we have to handcuff our actual residents. I don't like it. I don't like that you're making me sit here and do that, that you're making me consider that. It goes against everything morally that I'm against or that I'm for, because that Constitution is the most important thing. Mr. Stiff will stand up and protect that. All of us would. And the other thing that you guys don't understand is that this council that was just elected is probably more for the things that you stand for than you sit there and complain about, which is just so ironic. It really is crazy to me. So to my colleagues, I'll be honest with you, you can see, I think you can hear it in my voice, this is not an easy decision. I don't know where I stand. I'll wait to hear if there's any other comments, what the mayor has to say. But it's tough, and I don't appreciate it. I understand I put myself here. I understand that I am the elected official, that I am here to hear the gripes of the citizens, that I brought this burden on myself, and I will carry it proudly. But it is not easy, and I don't appreciate it, but it is my lot. So I'll hear what the rest of my colleagues have to say, and we'll go from there.
I understand and feel your emotion. I've been here for 2 years, and I've been listening to citizens to be heard and been critiqued and accused of doing things even before I was born. And I was okay with that. But I have this deep sense of responsibility that's ingrained in me, and that is, I always am so aware that if you look through all of the history of all the bad things that have happened, there's always an element of someone looking the other way, right? And now our staff is being threatened with photographs of their homes, with directions on how to get there, with photographs of their children and threats of rape. That's our staff. And my question is, will I forgive myself if I do nothing? These are the people that work for our city. These are people we care about that are being threatened. Their children are being threatened. And I'm not okay with that. And so I want to pause so that everything calms down, because our employees are our responsibility. Their safety is our responsibility. And I don't think there's anything wrong with just pausing everything and just, you know, citizens can still communicate with me. They have my phone number. Thousands of people have it. I've left it at their doorstep. You can call me, you can meet me, you can email me. But for a few months, we need some respite. Our staff needs some respite. And things on agenda items, you can still speak to it. But I cannot look the other way as our staff and their families are being threatened. And I can also not ignore conversations with my family where they say, is this okay that my mom and my dad, or my mom, is being threatened? Those are my children asking me that question. How do I answer that? They didn't sign up for that. I was not aware that I was going to be threatened like this. And I certainly am not comfortable with our staff being threatened, because that's our responsibility.
Yes.
Obviously, it's very emotional, and I thank you for being open and honest. And I'm with you. It's probably easier as a man, where we're a bit stronger. We have the ability to have a bit thicker skin when it comes to threats, right? Of violence, of rape, of attacks on you or your family. It's probably easier for us to say we're strong, we can take it. And I get that. I think where I agree with Ms. Teixeira is putting ourselves in her shoes, or her shoes, or my wife's shoes, that in the last meeting, when a gentleman with a vest and AR-15 cartridges strapped all over it ripped the vest off, the cameras go black, and sound is cut, because that's the policy here, and we see 3 staff members run out back doors in the back sides that are females. That's where I'm coming at this from. I'm fine with it. I can take it. I'm good with it. You're not going to hurt me with your words and your 3 minutes or your emails or your threats. I get that. But when these ladies are fearful to walk out in our downtown district because they don't know if that 21-year-old skateboarder is somebody coming to murder or rape them that they've been accused and threatened with for the past months, that's whose shoes I'm putting myself in with this decision. Yes, I value our citizens. We all will go to any length that we need to make sure that their voices are heard and valued. We don't want to stomp on that. I am not saying in my support of temporary suspending this that I want to do away with it forever, that we want to cut off those voices, because we do not. In fact, we need to work harder to find them. Whatever direction we go in with this new rule, we need to work harder in our community to
to find those voices, let them be heard, and for them to feel like they're more of a part of this government and this council. I feel it, I feel you. Unfortunately, if we go in this route of temporarily suspending, that I'm understanding some of us are, it's gonna take a supermajority, or we're wasting our time in a discussion. I just hope that we're able to put ourselves in their shoes, the wives and loved ones at home that feel terrorized in this situation.
Anybody else? Okay, well, I have a few things to add. You know, first of all, and I probably should have said this earlier, we're not going to limit, and our city attorney has said, you know, in Florida law, we're not allowed to limit anybody's right to come in and speak on an agenda item. That will still go forward. We're only talking about the part of our agenda, citizens to be heard on items not on the agenda. It's been a tradition in Clearwater that we have that on the agenda. For anybody intended for the citizens, but anybody of Clearwater, people that live here primarily, to come in and speak on any issue that's not on the agenda. And it was asked earlier, and I don't know if we've ever found out, but we heard St. Petersburg limits some of that on that part of the agenda. I don't know if we ever confirmed that or not.
Based on their rules as published, St. Petersburg has an open forum period that is limited to residents, property owners, St. Pete, employees only. But I have not spoken with them. I've only read that online, so I would not want to mischaracterize their views.
I can speak to it. I spoke to the city clerk in the city of St. Petersburg today, and he is 1,000% correct. They do have an open forum with decorum rules that state you must be a city resident, own a business, be a student. It goes extensively in their decorum rules.
So we're not anything maverick or anything that other communities haven't done. We're simply trying to run an orderly meeting to allow our citizens that live here a chance to participate and not have to sit behind folks who don't live here, don't know anything about certain issues, to speak and drag out the meeting. And we're not limiting anyone's freedom of speech to say whatever they want, wherever they want, outside this meeting. Freedom of speech is limited, and everybody in here knows that there are time, manner, and place constraints, and we're only talking about a very narrow part of our agenda. I wish that we weren't even considering this, but it's gotten, that part of our agenda has gotten to the point where it's just become a circus. It's being, as Taylor's talked about, he's coming over here as a YouTuber. He's doing it solely for the purpose to make money, and folks get money off. They get money off, the clicks, the subscribers, and then they get, if you get enough clicks, you get advertisers. So guess what? It's shocking to everybody that the more outrageous you make your videos, the more interest you get. And we've talked about earlier, previous meetings, some of the, anonymous mostly, but some of the most threatening, vicious, inappropriate email threats we've gotten have been from all over around the world when we trace them. Switzerland, outside the United States. So we're just trying to find a way forward. And we have had a number of citizens talk about, why are you letting this happen? Why are you making it harder for us? We live here. We pay taxes here. We work here. Why are you making it harder for us by allowing these folks to drive for 4 hours in and make a circus out of the meeting, and to cost the taxpayers more money, because even this meeting's probably been an hour longer than it would have been had we just limited it to folks who would just live here and talk. So, in today's day and age too, I also want to say this. You have got a gazillion opportunities to speak your mind on much better platforms, to reach a much better audience than coming here to the dais during our small portion of the agenda to say what's ever on your mind. If you think that this is your only opportunity to broadcast your voice, to say whatever's on your mind, you're completely missing it. This is a very weak opportunity for you to speak to the world about whatever is on your mind. We have limited attendance, we have limited viewership. Wish we had more, but most folks don't tune in or they don't come to our meetings to participate. With the low turnout we already have, the last thing we want to do is discourage people, local people, from coming in further. We've had a number of folks come in, talk about how they've been enslaved. The last time Mr. Taylor was here, you know, he wrapped ammunition around his vest. Didn't have a weapon, said it was his right. For all folks know, could have detonated it. I mean, you've got ammunition. There's lots of ways you could have made yourself a threat, but that gets out. And we all know there are folks who don't follow these videos, these YouTubes. There are folks that we don't even know who they are, but they watch these things on video and they decide they don't know anybody here. We don't even know who they are. They show up and they cause a problem for folks who are innocent bystanders. And as was said earlier, I'm the mayor. I got called names here tonight. I'm going to get called names. I understand safety concerns. I got interviewed by the ABC affiliate here in Tampa today about safety concerns. I get it. It's not about me, and it's really not about folks up here, particularly the council members.
You're absolutely right.
It's about
me. I'm going to interrupt this meeting. You guys are going to kick me out. This is a bunch of gaslighting bullshit.
It's about, you're out of order, Mr. Taylor. You're out of order. We let you speak.
You guys are all a bunch of gaslighting liars.
We let you speak.
I know. I'm leaving.
Please leave.
I'm going to. But you guys, that is, everything you just said is a bunch of
Please
bullshit.
leave.
Every piece of what you just said was fucking bullshit. I'm sick of these friggin' people and what they friggin' do. This is all a bunch of shit. And don't worry, I'll be back. Hey, oh, why are you shoving him around?
You want to go to jail for obstruction, I'll do that.
You know, this is a small. Folks, sir, you're out of order. Would you like to stay? If not, just let us keep talking. Yeah? This is a very small piece of our agenda. Folks will still have a chance to come in and speak to any agenda. And I really regret that we're here. But in today's age, it's not just about the people who have been showing up. It's about the people who might show up. We're trying to allow our citizens an opportunity to come in and address issues. I'd love to keep this on our agenda if we could, but it's just gotten out of hand. And I feel like we need to take a pause on it just to let things calm down, see where we're at, see who's interested in coming in on this one agenda item, talking about things not on the agenda. That said, I also want to say we get so much communication from citizens all the time. I can tell you personally, last week, I responded to two folks, one lady from, I forget where she was at, city manager, but a woman came to the 4th of July celebration on Sand Key Bridge with her family. Her daughter dropped her wallet through the bridge down on one of the maintenance bridges. And she reached out to me because my email's the most prominent on the thing. I responded to her within an hour. And we can't get in her bridge, but we figured out how to connect her. I got an email from a gentleman who got a parking ticket, who had just been downstairs at City Hall on Garden Avenue, paying it. He's from Iowa or somewhere in the Midwest. He was just here, out there checking on fishing charters or whatever. I emailed him back, call me, glad to hear what your situation was. He's like, wow, you responded to me. These are people who don't live here. And I'm not the only one. I know for a fact that the other four council members do this all the time. We respond to people. We're open to whatever you want to share with us. Some of you don't believe it, but we read everything you send to us. If you send the same thing to us over and over and over and over again, we're probably not going to read it as carefully, but we respond and we read everything that comes our way. There are many ways the public can communicate with us, and that isn't limited to Clearwater citizens. So I regret that we've let this small part of our agenda kind of be hijacked for folks who are trying to run a commercial business out of it, and make for-profit videos by putting on a show, and as we've seen here today, creating outrageous behavior that makes dramatic videos. I wish we weren't doing all this. I wish people could come in, like they were throughout most of the meeting, and were civil on when they got up to speak and didn't disrupt the meeting, and I wish we were in that place. Unfortunately, that's not what's happened since we've been on. 3 new members been on the dais in the last 3 months. And so I would lean however the council wants to go. I think a temporary for 3 months suspension of it, it's not going to limit a lot, but allow us to just see how that works, see how taking it off works. And then we can put it back on in 3 months if things have changed. But for right now, I just think we need to lower the emotion and lower the tension, and I would lean towards that if the council wanted to do that.
You think 3 months is enough?
I'll make a motion to that.
Do you want a formal
I think
one?
we need to make sure that
Yeah.
it has everything
So-
included in it, including the time, the date. Do you have it, or do you want me to?
Tell me if this is okay. I move to temporarily pause for a period of 3 months that portion of Rule 6, order of business relating to the citizens to be heard regarding items not on the agenda, effective next meeting. Is that specific enough?
I certainly believe that is specific enough because it specifies, number one, what you're looking to accomplish, the duration, as well as when it goes into effect. I mean, those are the elements that you'll have to specify. And as I said earlier, if that's the motion, it will require a supermajority in order to pass.
Second.
Any discussion on it? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Okay, I vote in favor, so that's 4 to 1. Okay. With that, we'll move to item 7.1 on the agenda.
7.
Oh, just for clarification, item 6.22, it was pulled by staff, so will not be heard tonight.
Thank you. Now item 7.1.
If I could just pull that up. Okay, that should be ordinance number 9753-24 on second reading. An ordinance of the City of Clearwater, Florida, vacating a part of Kentucky Avenue, a 60-foot platted right-of-way, Michigan Boulevard, a 60-foot platted right-of-way, and the platted 16-foot alley in Block 4, all being contiguous with Block 4 of Bayview City subdivision as recorded in Plat Book 9, page 43, Public Records of Pinellas County, Florida, providing an effective date.
Are there any citizens here to be heard on item 7.1?
Chris Michael at 855 Bayway Boulevard. First of all, I want to thank you for allowing me to ask the question about the Hilton hiatus. And that was not on my agenda to speak. However, I have been driving through that property, and I do monitor, some of you know what's happening on the beach as far as development. Moving forward, the reason I'm up here today is because I'm aware that this agenda item is part of the Calvary Church area. And you will recall that a few months ago, our former mayor, Mayor Brian Unks Sr., recused himself from that discussion because there was a parcel of property that was considered to be given to the church or to be paid for the church. I deeply respected the fact that the mayor did that because to me, it was a gesture of good faith to let him know, because he is a member of Calvary, that he did not feel that he should involve himself in this decision. With that in mind, I am making a request that any of you who may be members of Calvary consider recusing yourself for this vote.
Thank you. Yeah, City Attorney.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely appreciate where Ms. Michael is coming from on this, but to clarify something, Mayor Ongst had recused himself not because he's a member of Calvary, but because Brian Jr. was representing Calvary. When a council member has an immediate family member who has a pecuniary interest in an agenda item, as Brian Jr. did, he was getting paid by his client, as attorneys tend to do. That was what triggered the recusal from Mayor Ongst, not his membership in Calvary. One thing I've mentioned previously, but I think it bears repeating, is that Florida law is set up to highly discourage recusals. It used to be the case back in the 60s and the 70s that elected officials would abstain from all kinds of unpopular items because they didn't want to go on record voting on hard stuff. So there was abstain, 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 abstain. And the legislature finally had enough of it. So the legislature changed the law in the 1970s to say that all elected officials must vote on all items, and the legislature has narrowed the circumstances under which an elected official is allowed to abstain or is allowed to recuse themselves. So the default rule is that you must vote and are required to vote, and the legislature will allow you to recuse only under very specific circumstances. As I said, one of those circumstances is if a council member has a financial interest in the outcome, but if there is any member of the council who's a member of Calvary, that in and of itself typically would not cause a financial interest unless for some reason the council member was employed by Calvary. If a council member, for example, was serving as a pastor at Calvary or an educator who was paid by Calvary, then that's something I'd want to discuss before a council member were to vote on this. But other than having a payment relationship, either for yourself or an immediate family member, as Mayor Ongst did, I do not believe you would be allowed to recuse yourself, although I sympathize with Ms. Michaelik's point.
Any discussion? Full transparency, I'm a member of Calvary Church, but I do not now, and I've never served any leadership position at Calvary, but I am a member. But that's consistent with the advice I've gotten through other boards I've served on here in Clearwater from our board attorney. Okay.
For a motion?
Is there a motion?
I move to approve agenda item 7.1.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Item 7.2.
This is ordinance number 9765-24, if we can pull it up. Let's see. Okay, ordinance number 9765-24, an ordinance of the City of Clearwater, Florida, amending the future land use element of the comprehensive plan of the city to change the land use designation for certain real property located on the northeast corner of South Saturn Avenue and Gulf to Bay Boulevard, whose post office address is 407 South Saturn Avenue, Clearwater, Florida, 33755, from institutional I to commercial general CG, providing an effective date.
Is anyone here from the public desiring to speak to item 7.2? Seeing none, is there any council discussion? Hearing none, do you need to read again, or are we good there? Good. Is there a motion?
Move to approve agenda item 7.2.
Second?
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Item 7.3.
Item 7.3 is ordinance number 9766-24, an ordinance of the City of Clearwater, Florida, amending the zoning atlas of the city by rezoning certain real property located on the northeast corner of South Saturn Avenue and Gulf to Bay Boulevard, whose post office address is 407 South Saturn Avenue, Clearwater, Florida, 33755, from institutional I to commercial C, providing an effective date.
Does anyone here from the public desire to speak to item 7.3? Seeing none, is there any council discussion? Hearing none, is there a motion?
Make a motion to approve 7.3.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Item 7.4.
7.4 is ordinance number 9767-24, an ordinance of the City of Clearwater, Florida, vacating a 5-foot portion of a 10-foot drainage utility easement as shown on Exhibit A and further defined as the westerly 5 feet of a rear drainage utility easement in Lot 10, Block 4, Wood Valley Unit Number 5A subdivision according to Plat Book 68, page 32, as recorded in the public records of Pinellas County, Florida, providing an effective date.
Anyone here from the public desire to speak to agenda item 7.4? Any council discussion? Seeing none, is there a motion?
Motion to approve agenda item 7.4.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Agenda item 7.5.
Number 7.5 is ordinance number 9768-24, an ordinance of the City of Clearwater, Florida, vacating a 10-foot utility easement as shown on Exhibit A, as further defined the south 5-foot utility easement of Lot 32, Block C, and the north 5-foot utility easement of Lot 31, Block C, Sal's Lake Park, as recorded in Plat Book 66, page 16 of the public records of Pinellas County, Florida, providing an effective date.
Anyone here from the public desire to speak to agenda item 7.5? Any council discussion? Seeing none, all those, is there a motion?
I move to approve agenda item 7.5.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Agenda item 7.6.
Ordinance number 9771-24, an ordinance of the City of Clearwater, Florida, amending the operating budget for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2024 to reflect increases and decreases in revenues and expenditures for the general fund, water and sewer fund, gas fund, solid waste and recycling fund, parking fund, and special program fund as provided herein, providing an effective date.
Anyone here from the public desire to speak to item 7.6? Is there any council discussion? Hearing none, is there a motion?
Move to approve agenda item 7.6.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Agenda item 7.7.
Hold that up.
Excuse me, that was 7.5, right?
No, 7.6.
7.7 is up next. Ordinance number 9772-24, an ordinance of the City of Clearwater, Florida, amending the capital improvement budget for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2024 to reflect an increase of $1,100,109, providing an effective date.
Anyone here from the public desire to speak to item 7.7? Seeing none, is there any council discussion? Seeing none, is there a motion?
Make a motion to approve item 7.7.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Let's move to item 8 on the agenda, citizens to be heard on items not on the agenda. I think we've already got everybody signed in, but if you could, when you go to the podium, remind us of your name.
I'm Tony from downtown 500 block, and this is
Kevin from the 500 block as well. in
Your
the
name, please?
restaurant.
Restate your name, please.
Kevin Tatliji.
together with me, Kevin, we represent 5 of the downtown merchants in the 500 block. We represent the majority of it, not all. Today we come to discuss some of the things that we've seen as we are here not only to represent ourselves, but the Downtown Merchant Association, of things that we can do in Coachman Park to make it a little bit more accessible and have communication done a little bit clearer. And I think the best way to solve this and direct traffic down to the 500 block is to start off with having kiosks and maps that are made available so that people know after the show they're not just hightailing out of there, making a left and making a right. But the reason why Alderman Klein is here to represent us is it's his idea, and I would like to have a chance to speak.
Thank you. The idea is basically from my observation in the past months, even before we opened up our restaurant, is that what I've been seeing is there is a limited area where people, when they go to Coachman Park, or when there are theater events or any other events that are happening in downtown Clearwater, they don't know that some of the businesses, which our businesses, exist, or they're there
for access or available in the fifth block. And there are multiple factors why. And so what we were thinking, and I was thinking as well, that we could have, like other cities within the Pinellas County, that there are maps where citizens can see what other businesses around the area, where they're located at, and that shouldn't only include, of course, restaurants or any other businesses too. That will include the historical buildings, libraries, and basically everything that downtown offers. And the other idea was to, the city, the fifth and the fourth block, there are banners available, but the banners only mention the downtown Clearwater. And the idea that came up to me, that maybe in general saying that there is music, there's more in the fifth block, music, dine, maybe live music, live, life, drink, anything that will bring on more people over to the fifth block. And for now, that's the only idea that we came up with, and I think it will be very helpful to bring the fifth block back alive.
Just to mirror this, these examples are from Dunedin and St. Pete. How in Dunedin you can see the beautiful patriotic symbols they have above the flag and stuff. We want something similar in the 500 and 400 block to bring tourism down and highlight the beauty that it's becoming. And I think we should take notes from Dunedin.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Anyone else would be heard on items that were not on the agenda?
I'm Mr. Haluba. It's been said, a good reputation is much like fine china. It's expensive to acquire and easily broken. Clearwater police have a broken reputation. They're generally not respected for many reasons. But I do want to give congratulations to Mr. LaPrede, who prevailed in his wrongful arrest lawsuit. Mr. LaPrede was awarded a settlement of $50,000. Should have been 10 times that amount. We cannot tolerate the police running around wrongfully arresting people. Now, every one of you who proclaim undying confidence in the city manager, given the evidence that she is not in compliance with her contract, risk your good reputation. And I'm particularly troubled when the city attorney says the same thing, given that there are so many discrepancies, not only in compliance with the contract, but the fact that it got expanded from a very simple one line, which would have been very easy, to comply with, to 3 paragraphs interjecting, a whole raft of things that can't be or cannot be verified. It's also been said that it may take a lifetime to build a good reputation and 5 minutes to ruin and destroy it. And, our city attorney takes a lot more than 7 minutes to do himself in.
Any other citizens to be heard on items not on the agenda today?
Hi, I'm Blaine Enderly. I was probably to a letter that Mr. Haluba sent you, Mr. Rector, and you, Mr. Cotton. It was well done. I swear to God, I read it 4 times. I didn't think he could write that good. And I think I told him point blank, it had to be done by a lawyer. So, Mr. Rector, Mr. Cotton, I'm asking you, did you share this letter? It clearly stated that she's wrong about her being able to stay here. His letter was really, really precise. And I want an answer. I sent it to Tracy McManus to fact check it, and I'm still waiting. Because if it's true, God help us all. Since, wait a minute, I got 2 minutes left, and since you canceled all these. Ideas. I've been here for 35 years and still can't figure out why there's no steps on Pier 60 down to the water. Blows my mind. I love to walk the pier. Why can't I walk down those stairs? I'm getting elderly. And I said, well, the sea line moves. That's why they didn't do it. Well, they can move the stairs back and forth wherever the sea line is, so I can walk up, down, and go down to the stairs and up. That sand is hot. You know how hot that sand is? And we don't have carpets like the sculpture people do. I wish they'd loan us their mats. I really do. Walking down to the sand is tough at my age, and I love to do it. So I just go to Dunedin on a bike on the beach. That's one idea. The other idea is I talked to the Parks and Recs, and I said, hey, the back of this building's perfect for a platform, a beautiful deck. And I'm sure Hooters would probably sell it. I mean, $1 million a year, the deck. And then I want the ramp all the way to the bluffs. And since we already got paid $4 million for propane, we can buy the ramp that Mr. Margolis does not think we want, which we do want, with lights on it at night to bring in the people. There's a lot of ideas. And if you limit it, which you just did, you're not going to get them. So think about elderly people walking the pier, getting down to the water and up, coming up during a hurricane, make sure it's all secure, the whole bit. It's not hard to do. We could be the first. On that note, thanks for listening, guys. You got a tough job. You do.
Any other citizens to be heard or items that were not on the agenda tonight?
Yep, I'm still Bill Johnson. To follow on, yes, you do have tough jobs. I've been there. I think maybe it's tougher now than it was when I was there. Perhaps a tougher job is to be the planning director for the city of Clearwater, and Mr. Delk has done a great job in total on that position, and I thank you for your service to the city. I'm reading an interesting book that I'd tell you the name of it and the author, but my phone died. We all approach everything in our life from maps, the map of our experience. And so based on that, we approach things differently. And in approaching things differently, we can butt heads, or we can find ways to integrate our ideas, our perspectives. And it's that area that I think we can be more successful and do a better job of serving the citizens. I've just been reading this, and so I thought I'd share it with you. Thank you for your consideration and your dedication to the city of Clearwater.
Next speaker.
My name's Anthony Caveman. Free speech is an amazing thing, especially when it's not trampled on. It allows you to speak your mind. And even curse words are free speech. You may not like them. That's okay. I don't like saying them sometimes, but one thing free speech doesn't allow is to make threats of harm, threats of rape, threats of death. And
I'm actually going to do a, excuse me, public records request, and I'm going to request all of your emails that you were spoken about. I want to see them personally. And I would like to know how many of you don't have to tell me now, and it's not an answer that I need, but I'd like to know how many of you reported those incidents of those threats. And if they're not reported, what are you doing? Why are you not reporting them threats of death? Why are you not following through? It's not right for people to threaten stuff like that. I don't approve of it. And I'll tell you from my experience as an auditor, as you called me, or what I do, we get threats of death, we get threats of violence. And the majority of the time that I find out from the council members, the city council members from where I'm from, that I personally know and have grown up with, that tell me about these threats and stuff that they make, come to find out they're from people that don't like what we do and people that are trying to make what we do look bad. So I'd like you to take that into consideration also. It's not always the people out here trying to put the truth out that are threatening, making these threats, you know. It's the people that don't like what we do, the people that don't like freedom. And as one of you said, most of the threats are coming from out of this country. You know, a lot of other countries are infiltrating and finding areas like this just to instigate stuff like this. It's not always us, you know. There are bad people out there, just like there are bad cops, bad citizens, you know. I just wanted to say that, and I appreciate you listening. Have a good night.
Any other citizens desire to be speaking on items that were not on the agenda?
Tricia Kirby. This is the reason I'm here tonight, everybody. I guess it's my last chance for a while, and I'm sad that you're punishing the citizens of Clearwater for other people's bad actions. Okay, so I spoke at the Public Service Commission hearing on the rate increase about a month and a half ago, and I got a phone call after I spoke there on a Friday from the head of vegetation management for Duke for the state of Florida, and he wanted to meet with me. So I met with him because I'm willing to be open-minded, and I wanted to get answers for all these questions that I keep coming up here and asking, and I got a bunch of those answers. So I wanted to let you know. This was Anthony Cootie. By the way, we met, talk, almost 3 hours we met for. Neither one of us believed how long it was that we had talked. Trees fall into these large transmission lines by blow in, fall in, and grow in. And the majority of these were actually fallen trees that have taken down some of these poles. I got that statistic. There have been 56 outages in Florida in the past 10 years by trees falling into these big transmission poles. That amounts to, when you divide it out, 25 in the past 5 years, about 5 trees per year. So my point in saying that is they're going to cut down 509 miles worth of trees for 5 trees a year. Now, the only statistic he didn't have at the top of his mind was the species of the trees. Were they oak trees that had been there for 100 years? Were they pine trees that fell over? He still needs to give me that information, and I will follow up with that, and I will let you guys know about that. I also asked him what's the real reason that Duke is cutting down these trees, and he said, really believing this, safety and reliability. I'm intuitive. I'm literally intuitive for my career. Like happen to be born with very unusual abilities of being psychic and intuitive, and I'm finally outing myself on that. And all my police friends and military friends know that about me. They know that, and they trust me. And that got a 20% truth rating. So I said, then I asked, I said, what is it? And I said, it's cost. 80% is cost. It's probably the state's fine. They get $1 million fine a day if there's power not being delivered, and it could also be the cost of just trimming and cutting the trees. But I'm asking you, he said Duke is willing to listen to the cities and work with you guys, but you all have to bring forth some ideas to them too. And this is obviously, I assume, the last opportunity I'm going to have for months to be here and actually say something about this. I don't find myself to be a griper and a complainer. I'm a solution finder. I want to speak for what I think is the best thing for the city of Clearwater, so that's the only reason I've ever come up here, is for the betterment of our city, and I appreciate every one of you as a public servant. Thank you.
Anyone else want to speak to items that were not on the agenda today?
We've killed the First Amendment and free
Yeah, can you
speech
just
here today.
say your name for us,
Yeah, I
please?
did. Eyes on the State. You can find me that way. I would love to know the videos that you spoke about that called for violence against you. I would love to know that because I haven't seen one of them to do that. First time that we've had not an immediate pass, all vote. Mr. Cotton stood alone earlier. That's good. Now, since we've taken public comment away, we're going to take the last 2 minutes and 30 seconds and sit here in silence because that's what you guys want. Can't monetize silence very well, can you? Last public comment. It's too bad.
For the record, what was your name again? Okay, anybody else want to be heard on items not on the agenda?
Good evening again. Rudy Michaela. This time I'll remember to say it right at the beginning. First, I do want to say to the council, we really do appreciate you. We've had the opportunity recently to visit with two of the members and are trying to coordinate a meeting with a third member on an item that's been near and dear to our heart called the Chart House Project on Bayway. And I was so sad to hear about Michael's soon to be leaving because from the day this all started back in, I believe it was November of 2018, he was the guy we went to. And hopefully you'll bring him back as a consultant after he retires because I know you have openings in the planning department. And then at least we'll have that common thread to visit about. I would also like to say that based upon the things I see in terms of the handling of the finance and the operations of the city of Clearwater, I believe that our city manager is doing a terrific job. And the fact that we have these different dashboards available for us to get information and understanding, that we have the opportunity to email it, ask questions and get answers has been a positive response to the things we want to know. Granted, there will be a abatement, if you would, of this open session in future meetings for the next 3 months. But as we have found in the past, we still know your email addresses. We still know your phone numbers. We even know where to run into you occasionally at a citywide meeting and have a conversation at that point. So I think all of those things needed to be pointed out for everybody in the community as options. They still have that ability to get to all of you, meaning staff as well as council, through the different email opportunities that are there. And individuals should take it. I know sometimes we come to this common point because it's our one opportunity, if you would, within 3 minutes to talk to all the council, all the staff, all at the same time, which saves about 27 visits during the course of the month. But I just wanted to make those comments because of the things that have been said here. I am appreciated. Mayor Rector knows that he and I are on opposite sides of the fence on a lot of stuff. But I got to give the guy credit. When we looked for a meeting point on Drew Street, I will say he must have worked overtime to find a compromise. Oh, that was a fast one.
Thank you.
That's how I'll end. So thank you all very much.
Any other citizens to be heard on items that were not on the agenda? Okay, with that, we'll move to item 9, city manager reports.
Thank you, Mayor. Our Public Works Director, Marcus Williamson, does have a quick update on North Beach.
Evening, Mayor, council members. From the stormwater standpoint, a few points of progression that we made. So we got in 4 additional tidal valves that we had ordered. We're just waiting for the low water elevation, and then the crews will get out and start installing those. That was 2 up by the yacht club, and then 2 down south. So we'll get those put in, and that should help with those. So some of the community comments, there was some questions down there by Astor they saw some of the sunny day flooding occurring where it was coming back up, and that's because that one does not currently have a tidal valve on it, so we'll put one on that to help address that. The next piece, so the engineer that's working on the permanent pumps, they were able to meet with Swift Mud. They had a good initial conversation, so it got some of the guidance that they need so that they can start developing their design for those 5 permanent pump locations. So that was good news coming out of that meeting, that they should be able to keep progressing. The engineer for the much larger stormwater improvements project, that solicitation is on the street. So we're hoping that we should get good bids coming back in for that. So that's good news. That's out. Looking probably around October, depending on how much work we have to do when all those bids come in for bringing it to council. So probably the October timeframe, that should be coming into council to get that engineer working. And then the neighborhood community leader out there that we've been working with, that we share information back and forth, actually had a great idea. He came in, he said, it'd be great if a lot of this updates could get put onto a public page. So we've been working with public communications. We're going to start to build a stormwater page. We'll have some North Beach that may expand out to some other areas potentially in the future. But we'll start with North Beach, help with some of that educational material, what are our objectives, showing what we're kind of accomplishing, what's still left to accomplish out there. And then that way residents don't have to continue to email in. They can just go straight to that website and see the latest information.
Vice Mayor?
Yeah, that's a great idea, because I still get a lot of questions every time I go out there from people that you think that they would be updated, but they're not. So it's got to be very redundant with everything you say to that community. I think one of the concerns was that, we've had a lot of rain lately, and it seems like the big storms always roll in on a high tide. And are pumps all working
well out there now? I mean, do you have somebody in charge of the North Beach flooding that kind of watches out for that? Because if they have problems with a pump, or a pump goes down or something, then the streets really start to fill up, and then I get questions, so.
Yes, sir. So there's a couple pieces that we've been doing. So one in the most recent storm event that was out there when the tide was up, which again, that's when we have the problems. When that tide's up, there's nowhere for it to go other than to pump it out. One of those pumps, because we didn't have the tidal valve on it down there by Astor, was in manual. So somebody had to know to go out there to be able to address that. So one of the conversations we've been having, we're working with Javon's team from the EOC, seeing if we can't get some automatic updates coming into our emergency call folks that would tell us when we have high intensity storms coming and when we've got high tides. So kind of those conditions that we really want to worry about, and trying to simplify it so we don't have somebody having to monitor a website. So we're looking to automate that a little bit more to give them that you need to go out and take a look. We've got the conditions that's probably going to be a problem. So we're looking at that. The one other location we had issue on during that event was up on Bruce. We had just upgraded that pump, so that pump was capable of 4-inch hose or a 6-inch discharge hose. We brought them all in at 4 inches. The volume of water that we were seeing was so much at that location, we said, let's switch it out, put the 6-inch on it. What we think happened was you have to adjust the generator slightly for that, because now you're pulling a lot more. So it wasn't adjusted for those pressure differentials, and it tripped out a couple of times. So the crews have been out there adjusting that. The other thing we did see was the floats, because Bruce has and Lantana have a little bit of a natural bowl out there. Mm-hmm. So the elevations of those inverts vice the ones that are out, because we've got the pumps at the last inlet before it goes to the outfall, so that we can run the hose over the seawalls. That elevation is actually lower in Bruce. So they had to go back in to adjust floats because it was allowing water to back up into the Bruce before it was triggering the pump. So they made some tweaks that were out there to account for some of those elevation differences. When we go to the permanent pump, we won't have that issue because we're not working off of the float. So this is kind of a makeshift program that we're having to do right now, just because we don't have the permanent pumps in.
Okay, thanks.
Any questions?
Just want to say you're greatly appreciated and your staff, and sorry you had to sit here for 4 hours and 15 minutes to give us that update, but you're appreciated.
Great. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
I just have one more thing.
Okay.
It has been, I know it's a long night, it's been mentioned several times that tonight is ACM Delk's last council meeting. And so I just wanted to thank him for his service. His contributions in this community are lasting and immeasurable. He has been incredibly patient and kind as I've learned this role. It has been an honor and a privilege to serve next to you. I will miss you. His calm demeanor, and he has a way with words, and has taught me so many sayings, but one of my absolute favorite ones, and it's applicable tonight, is that we are not going to have a crisis today. We're going to work the problem. And so I thank you with all sincerity for all of your contributions, and you will be missed.
Well,
Thank you.
brevity can be a noble thing, so I'll be brief. I admire, as Teddy Roosevelt said, those of you in the arena, all the elected officials. Very important job you do, and challenging in this day and age for sure. But I really have admired and appreciated that all these years. Secondly, it's not at all unusual for city managers to quickly move to assemble their team, and it's probably in their best interest to do so, frankly. So I am particularly grateful for the city manager to give me the last 15 months or so to get to a point where I'm confident it's time for me to, retire and enjoy time with my wife and do things that I've wanted to do for a long time. I think, and lastly, I think one of my first decisions, probably one of the best, which is asking Gina to be the assistant planning director.
She saved me from myself more times than I could ever count. Thank you very much. And at this point, it's just time to move out of Daniel Slaughter's chair and make way. So thank you very much. I appreciate all the support.
I want to thank you for your service to the city too. I mean, you've touched a lot of lives and made the city better in a lot of different ways. And really love Clearwater. And your service has been very reflective of your love for this city and your interest in seeing it do well and thrive. So thank you for that. Of the many things you put your time into and your heart into, Coachman Park was kind of we're really having trouble getting that going and getting that started. And I know that they asked you to lead that and to take that over and to get it going and get it started in a way that we have the beautiful park we have today. And your leadership at the right time to make that happen, Imagine Clearwater happen, was incredibly important. And that's certainly one of many projects where you've been involved in over the years that you should be very proud of the work that you've done for this city. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, any other reports?
No, sir, that's it.
Okay, City Attorney?
Just then on a positive note, to also say that I'm going to miss Mr. Delk. There's no doubt that the contributions that you've made to this city are dramatic. I think everyone knows that I'm a pretty tough customer. I don't say things lightly, that I'm impressed, but what you've done for this city has been extraordinary. Everything from the design work on Coachman Park, to working on Beach by Design, to all of the transformative things that this city has undertaken over the many years here are things that you've been involved in. And it has not gone unnoticed by, I know, a current group of elected officials, as well as the many groups that have come before it. So I just wanted to say, Michael, how much I've enjoyed working with you. It's been a pleasure, and also agree with the city manager that I think your temperament and approach and demeanor is just a pleasure to work with, and I think is a model for all of us. I look to it personally for inspiration, so I just wanted to say thank you and how much you're going to be missed.
And likewise.
Anything else?
No, sir.
Good. Closing comments by council members, item 11.
I have nothing.
It's been a long day. Good evening.
Thank you, Nino.
Enough said.
Yeah.
Well, I won't go on too long, but I just want to say, let's say a couple
But here's
things.
this 12:30.
For one, I just want everyone to say, I appreciate those who were respectful of others here, and that's all I wanted, is just, let's have a civil conversation about how we adjust our rules. And just remind the public that tonight, we have just, we're taking a recess, or we're kind of pausing the one item on the agenda. That's the citizens to be heard on items not in the agenda. And we're going to come back to that in 3 months and see where we're at. Also give us time to kind of further investigate, because we found it's pretty complicated here in the last month or so. I've been looking at it as to what our way forward is. And so I think it'll be a good time for us to pause and reflect and hopefully bring some emotion down on the agenda item, and then also to find the best way forward. So it's not permanent, and it's just that one limited area. But I'm glad we tonight, came to some conclusion on how to at least pause for a moment while we figure it out. I also want to say that the 4th of July celebration, which we have been traditionally known for having what I tell people is the best in Tampa Bay, was an outstanding success again this year. We had a huge crowd, not only on land, but out in the water. Beautiful night, beautiful fireworks show, and I so appreciate all of our city staff who worked very hard, not just to put on the event, but to promote the event. Our Parks and Recreation staff take a lot of pride in that event and doing it well, and it was fantastic. And I appreciate all the city staff who participated in that event and made it really a jewel for all of Tampa Bay, our 4th of July celebration. And then the last thing I just wanted to say, one of the speakers up here wanted to know, what we do with these threatening emails, these, the ones I get aren't all threatening, some of them are just nasty, but I can tell you that any that I get personally, I do share with the police. And so the public records will reflect that. As soon as I get anything at all that could be remotely threatening to me or any of our other council or any employee of the city, I immediately forward that on to the police, so, because I want them to know about it. And at the end of the day, I mean, what I said, public safety is our highest priority for this meeting. We want everyone to come here, participate, but to feel safe in doing so. And so any type of intimidation, that's just not necessary. We can all conduct ourselves civilly, speak our minds, but let's do it in a way that makes everybody feel safe. And I can tell you personally, I get it, people have different exchanges with our police department. Some, there are officers they may like better than others, but I can tell you that I am so grateful for our police department here in Clearwater. The protection they provide to me, to other city employees, they provide for this meeting. I am so grateful that we have an outstanding police department here. And the tragic events on Saturday, I told a reporter today, I have great confidence in our Clearwater Police Department. They anticipate threats like that and work really, really hard to protect us all wherever we're at in this city. And I just want to thank the police department for all they do to protect us here in Clearwater each and every day. So with that, I don't have anything further, and I will adjourn the July 15th, 2024 meeting of the Clearwater City Council.